This is reading of Heaven and Hell by Emanuel Swedenborg, Chapter 1. Heaven's Dual Kingdom Structure. First, it must be understood who the God of heaven is, since everything else depends on this. In all of heaven, no one but the Lord alone is acknowledged as the God of heaven. It is affirmed there, as he himself taught, that he is one with the Father, that the Father is in him and he in the Father, that whoever sees him sees the Father, and that everything holy proceeds from him. I have spoken with angels many times about this, and they have always said that in heaven they cannot divide the divine into three, because they know and sense that the divine is one, and that this one is in the Lord. They also said that those from the church who arrive from the world with the idea of three divine beings cannot be admitted into heaven, because their thinking shifts from one to another, and it is not allowed in heaven to think of three and say one. In heaven, everyone speaks from their thoughts, as speech is a direct expression of thought. Therefore, those in the world who have divided the divine into three, and formed different concepts of each, without unifying them in the Lord, cannot enter heaven, since thoughts are shared in heaven. If someone were to think three and say one, they would be immediately recognized and turned away. However, all those who have not separated truth from goodness or faith from love, when instructed in the other life, accept the heavenly understanding of the Lord as the God of the universe. It is different with those who have separated faith from life, who have not lived by the principles of true faith. Those in the church who have denied the Lord and acknowledged only the Father and have firmly held to that belief are not in heaven. Because they cannot receive any influence from heaven, where the Lord alone is worshipped, they gradually lose the ability to think truthfully about anything, eventually becoming like those who are mute or who speak foolishly and wander about with loose swinging limbs as if their joints were weak. Those who, like the Socinians, denied the divinity of the Lord and acknowledged only his human nature are also not in heaven. They are brought slightly to the right and then lowered into the depths, thus completely separated from the others from the Christian world. Those who claim to believe in an invisible divine, which they refer to as the soul of the universe, the source of all things, and who reject belief in the Lord, realize they believe in no God at all. For to them, this invisible divine is simply a property of nature's earliest form, which cannot be an object of faith or love, because it cannot be an object of thought. These are placed among those known as naturalists, the church, known as the heathen, who will be discussed later. Infants who make up a third of heaven are all led to acknowledge and believe that the Lord is their Father, and later it is revealed that he is Lord of all, the God of heaven and earth. That children grow up in heaven and are taught to reach angelic understanding and wisdom will be shown in the following sections. Those who belong to the church cannot doubt that the Lord is the God of heaven, for he himself taught that all things of the Father are his, and that he has all power in heaven and on earth. He said in heaven and on earth because whoever rules heaven also rules the earth, since they are interconnected. Ruling heaven and earth means receiving from the Lord every good related to love and every truth related to faith, and so all intelligence, wisdom, happiness, and ultimately eternal life. And he said that whoever believes in the Son has eternal life, but whoever does not believe will not see life. He also said, I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, though he dies, will live, and whoever lives and believes in me will never die. And again, I am the way, the truth, and the life. There were spirits who, while on earth, claimed to believe in the Father, but considered the Lord as just another man, and thus did not believe him to be the God of heaven. They were allowed to wander and search everywhere to find a heaven other than the one of the Lord. They searched for several days, but found none. These were individuals who believed that heavenly joy meant glory and rule. And when they could not obtain that, and were told heaven does not consist of such things, they became resentful and desired a heaven where they could dominate others and enjoy worldly fame. Chapter 2. The Threefold Degrees of Heaven. All angels together are called heaven because they make up heaven. Yet what truly forms heaven, in general and individually, is the divine that comes from the Lord, enters the angels, and is received by them. Since the divine flowing from the Lord is the good of love and the truth of faith, angels are angels, and heaven exists to the extent that they receive good and truth from the Lord. Everyone in heaven knows, believes, and even feels that they do nothing good on their own, and that they think and believe nothing true on their own, but only from the divine, that is, from the Lord. They also know that good from themselves is not really good, and truth from themselves is not truly truth, because these have no life from the divine. Moreover, the angels of the inmost heaven clearly perceive and feel the influx, and the more of it they receive, the more they seem to themselves to be in heaven, because the more are they in love and faith and in the light of intelligence and wisdom, and in heavenly joy therefrom. And since all these go forth from the divine of the Lord, and in these the angels have their heaven, it is clear that it is the divine of the Lord, and not the angels from anything properly their own, that makes heaven. This is why heaven is called in the word the dwelling place of the Lord and his throne, and those who are there are said to be in the Lord. But in what manner the divine goes forth from the Lord and fills heaven will be told in what follows. Angels from their wisdom go still further. They say that not only everything good and true is from the Lord, but everything of life is from the Lord. They confirm it by this, that nothing can spring from itself, but only from something prior to itself. Therefore, all things spring from a first, which they call the very being of the life of all things. And in like manner, all things continue to exist. For continuous existence is a ceaseless springing forth, and whatever is not continually held by means of intermediates in connection with the first instantly disperses and is wholly dissipated. They say also that there is but one fountain of life, and that man's life is a rivulet therefrom, which if it did not unceasingly continue from its fountain, would immediately flow away. Again, they say that from this one fountain of life, which is the Lord, nothing goes forth except divine good and divine truth, and that each one is affected by these in accordance with his reception of them. Those who receive them in faith and life find heaven in them, while those who reject them or stifle them change them into hell, for they change good into evil and truth into falsity, thus life into death. Again, that everything of life is from the Lord, they confirm by this, that all things in the universe have relation to good and truth, the life of man's will, which is the life of his love to good, and the life of his understanding, which is the life of his faith, to truth. And since everything good and true comes from above, it follows that everything of life must come from above. This being the belief of the angels, they refuse all thanks for the good they do, and are displeased and withdraw if anyone attributes good to them. They wonder how anyone can believe that he is wise from himself, or does anything good from himself. Doing good for one's own sake they do not call good, because it is done from self. But doing good for the sake of good, they call good from the divine, and this they say is the good that makes heaven, because this good is the Lord. Such spirits as have confirmed themselves during their life in the world, in the belief that the good they do and the truth they believe is from themselves, or is appropriated to them as their own, are not received into heaven. Angels avoid them. They look upon them as stupid and as thieves, as stupid because they continually have themselves in view and not the divine, and as thieves because they steal from the Lord what is his. These are averse to the belief of heaven, that it is the divine of the Lord in the angels that makes heaven, that those that are in heaven and in the church are in the Lord, and the Lord is in them. When he says, "Abide in me, and I in you," cannot bear fruit of itself, except it abide in the vine, so neither can ye, except ye abide in me. I am the vine, ye are the branches. He that abideth in me, and I in him, the same beareth much fruit. For apart from me ye can do nothing. From all this it can now be seen, that the Lord dwells in the angels of heaven in what is his own, and thus that the Lord is the all in all things of heaven, and this for the reason that good from the Lord is the Lord in angels. For what is from the Lord is the Lord, consequently heaven to the angels is good from the Lord, and not anything of their own. Chapter 3. Myriad angelic societies in heaven. The divine that goes forth from the Lord is called in heaven divine truth, for a reason that will presently appear. This divine truth flows into heaven from the Lord from his divine love. The divine love and the divine truth therefrom are related to each other as the fire of the sun, and the light therefrom in the world. Love resembling the fire of the sun, and truth therefrom light from the sun. Moreover, by correspondence, fire signifies love, and light truth going forth from love. From this it is clear what the divine truth that goes forth from the Lord's divine love is, that in its essence it is divine good joined to divine truth, and being so conjoined it vivifies all things of heaven. Just as in the world when the sun's heat is joined to light, it makes all things of the earth fruitful, which takes place in spring and summer. It is otherwise when the heat is not joined with the light. That is, when the light is cold, then all things become torpid and lie dead. Angels. This divine good, which is compared to heat, is the good of love, and divine truth, which is compared to light, is that through which and out of which good of love comes. The divine in heaven, which makes heaven, is love, because love is spiritual conjunction. It conjoins angels to the Lord and conjoins them to one another, so conjoining them that in the Lord's sight they are all as one. Moreover, love is the very being of everyone's life. Consequently, from love both angels and men have life. Everyone who reflects can know that the inmost vitality of man is from love, since he grows warm from the presence of love and cold from its absence. And when deprived of it, he dies. But it is to be remembered that the quality of his love is what determines the quality of each one's life. In heaven there are two distinct loves, love to the Lord and love towards the neighbor. In the inmost or third heaven, love to the Lord. In the second or middle heaven, love towards the neighbor. They both go forth from the Lord, and they both make heaven. How these two loves are distinct, and how they are conjoined is seen in heaven in clear light, but in the world only obscurely. In heaven, loving the Lord does not mean loving him in respect to his person, but it means loving the good that is from him, and to love good is to will and do good from love. And to love the neighbor does not mean loving a companion in respect to his person, but loving the truth that is from the word, and to love truth is to will and do it. This makes clear that these two loves are distinct as good and truth are distinct, and that they are conjoined as good is conjoined with truth. I have repeatedly talked with angels. They were astonished, they said, that men of the church do not know that to love the Lord and to love the neighbor is to love what is good and true, and to do this from the will, when they ought to know that one evinces love by willing and doing what another wishes. And it is this that brings reciprocal love and conjunction, and not loving another without doing what he wishes, which in itself is not loving. Also that men should know that the good that goes forth from the Lord is a likeness of him, since he is in it, and that those who make good and truth to belong to their life, by willing them and doing them, become likenesses of the Lord, and are conjoined to him. Willing is loving to do, that this is so the Lord teaches in the word, saying, He that hath my commandments and doeth them, he it is that loveth me, and I will love him and will make my abode with him. And again, if ye do my commandments, ye shall abide in my love. For all who are in heaven are forms of love and charity, and appear in ineffable beauty, with love shining forth from their faces, and from their speech, and from every particular of their life. Moreover, there are spiritual spheres of life emanating from and surrounding every angel and every spirit, by which their quality in respect to the affections of their love is known, sometimes at a great distance. For with everyone these spheres flow forth from the life of his affection and consequent thought, or from the life of his love and consequent faith. The spheres that go forth from angels are so full of love as to affect the inmost of life of those who are with them. They have repeatedly been perceived by me, and have thus affected me. That it is love from which angels have their life is further evident from the fact that in the other life everyone turns himself in accordance with his love, those who are in love to the Lord, and in love towards the neighbor, turning themselves always to the Lord, while those who are in love of self turn themselves always away from the Lord. This is so, however, their bodies may turn, since with those in the other life spaces conform to the states of their interiors, likewise quarters, which are not constant as they are in this world, but are determined in accordance with the direction of their faces. And yet it is not the angels that turn themselves to the Lord, but the Lord turns to himself those that love to do the things that are from him. More on this subject hereafter, where the quarters and the other life are treated of. The divine of the Lord in heaven is love, for the reason that love is receptive of each and all things that are in harmony with it. It longs for them, seeks them, and drinks them in, as it were spontaneously. For it desires unceasingly to be enriched and perfected by them. This too man well knows. For with him love searches, as it were, the stores of his memory, and draws forth all things that are in accord with itself, collecting and arranging them in and under itself, in itself that they may be its own, and under itself that they may be its servants, but other things not in accord with it discards and expels. That there is present in love every capacity for receiving truths in harmony with itself, and a longing to conjoin them to itself, has been made clear also by the fact that some who were simple-minded in the world were taken up into heaven. And yet, when they were with the angels, they came into angelic wisdom and heavenly blessedness. and for the reason that they had loved what is good and true for its own sake, and had implanted it in their life, and had thereby become capacities for receiving heaven, with all that is ineffable there. But those who are in love of self and of the world have no capacity for receiving what is good and true. They loathe and reject it, and at its first touch and entrance they flee and associate themselves with those in hell who are in loves like their own. There were spirits who had doubts about there being such capacity in heavenly love, and who wished to know whether it were true, whereupon they were led into a state of heavenly love, whatever opposed being for the time removed, and were brought forward some distance, where there was an angelic heaven, and from it they talked with me, saying that they perceived a more interior happiness than they could possibly express in words, and they lamented greatly that they must return into their former state. Others also were taken up into heaven, and the higher or more interiorly they were exalted, the more of intelligence and wisdom were they admitted into, such as enabled them to perceive what had before been incomprehensible to them. From this it is clear that the love that goes forth from the Lord is receptive of heaven and all things therein. This is the greatest and first commandment. And the second, like unto it, is, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang the law and the prophets. The law and the prophets are the whole word, thus all divine truth. Chapter 4. Societies as collective human forms. As there are infinite varieties in heaven, and no one society nor any one angel is exactly like any other. There are in heaven general, specific, and particular divisions. The general division is into 2 kingdoms, the specific into 3 heavens, and the particular into innumerable societies. Each of these will be treated of in what follows. The general division is said to be into kingdoms, because heaven is called the kingdom of God. It is less interiorly. The former are called celestial angels, and the latter spiritual angels. Because of this difference, heaven is divided into 2 kingdoms. As the angels that constitute the celestial kingdom receive the divine of the Lord more interiorly, they are called interior, and also higher angels, and for the same reason the heavens that they constitute are called interior and higher heavens. They are called higher and lower, because these terms designate what is interior and what is exterior. The love in which those are who are in the celestial kingdom is called celestial love, and the love in which those are who are in the spiritual kingdom is called spiritual love. Celestial love is love to the Lord, and spiritual love is love towards the neighbor. And as all good pertains to love, the good also of that kingdom is called celestial, and the good of the other spiritual. Evidently, then, the 2 kingdoms are distinguished from each other in the same way as good of love to the Lord is distinguished from good of love towards the neighbor. And as the good of love to the Lord is an interior good, and that love is interior love, so the celestial angels are interior angels, and are called higher angels. The celestial kingdom is called also the Lord's priestly kingdom, and in the word his dwelling place, while the spiritual kingdom is called his royal kingdom. And from the celestial divine the Lord in the world was called Jesus, while from the spiritual divine he was called Christ. The angels in the Lord's celestial kingdom, from their more interior reception of the divine of the Lord, far excel in wisdom and glory the angels that are in his spiritual kingdom, for they are in love to the Lord, and consequently are nearer and more closely conjoined to him. These angels are such because they have received and continue to receive divine truths at once in their life, and not first in memory and thought as the spiritual angels do. Consequently, they have divine truths written in their hearts, and they perceive them, and as it were see them in themselves, nor do they ever reason about them whether they are true or not. They are such as are described in Jeremiah. I will put my law in their mind and will write it in their heart. They shall teach no more, every one his friend and every one his brother, saying, Know ye Jehovah, they shall know me. From the least of them even to the greatest of them. And they are called in Isaiah, taught of Jehovah, that the taught of Jehovah are those who are taught by the Lord. He himself teaches, in John. It has been said that these angels have wisdom and glory above others, for the reason that they have received and continue to receive divine truths at once in their life. For as soon as they hear divine truths, they will and do them, instead of storing them up in the memory and afterwards considering whether they are true. They know at once by influx from the Lord whether the truth they hear is true. For the Lord flows directly into man's willing, but immediately through his willing into his thinking. Or what is the same, the Lord flows directly into good, but immediately through good into truth that is called good, which belongs to the will and action therefrom, while that is called truth that belongs to the memory and to the thought therefrom. Moreover, every truth is turned into good and implanted in love as soon as it enters into the will. But so long as truth remains in the memory and in the thought therefrom, it does not become good. Nor does it live, nor is it appropriated to man, since man is a man from his will and understanding therefrom, and not from his understanding separated from his will. Because of this difference between the angels of the celestial kingdom and the angels of the spiritual kingdom, they are not together, and have no interaction with each other. They are able to communicate only through intermediate angelic societies, which are called celestial spiritual. Through these, the celestial kingdom flows into the spiritual, and from this it comes to pass that although heaven is divided into two kingdoms, it nevertheless makes one. The Lord always provides such intermediate angels, through whom there is communication and conjunction. As the angels of these two kingdoms will be fully treated of in what follows. Particulars are here omitted. Chapter 5. The correspondence of heaven with the human form. There are three heavens entirely distinct from each other, an inmost or third, a middle or second, and an outmost or first. These have a like order in relation to each other as the highest part of man, or his head, the middle part, or body, and the lowest, or feet, or as the upper, the middle, and the lower stories of a house. In the same order is the divine that goes forth and descends from the Lord. Consequently, heaven, from the necessity of order, is threefold. The interiors of man, which belong to his mind and disposition, are also in like order. He has an inmost, a middle, and an outmost part. For when man was created, all things of divine order were brought together in him, so that he became divine order in form, and consequently, a heaven in miniature. For this reason, also man, as regards his interiors, has communication with the heavens, and comes after death among the angels, either among those of the inmost, or of the middle, or of the outmost heaven, in accordance with his reception of divine good and truth from the Lord during his life in the world. The divine that flows from the Lord and is received in the third or inmost heaven is called celestial, and in consequence, the angels there are called celestial angels. The divine that flows from the Lord and is received in the second or middle heaven is called spiritual, and in consequence, the angels there are called spiritual angels. While the divine that flows in from the Lord and is received in the outmost or first heaven is called natural, but as the natural of that heaven is not like the natural of the world, but has the spiritual and the celestial within it, that heaven is called the spiritual natural and the celestial natural. In consequence, the angels there are called spiritual natural and celestial natural. Those who receive influx from the middle or second heaven, which is the spiritual heaven, are called spiritual natural, and those who receive influx from the third or inmost heaven, which is the celestial heaven, are called celestial natural. The spiritual natural angels and the celestial natural angels are distinct from each other. Nevertheless, they constitute one heaven, because they are in one degree. In each heaven there is an internal and an external. Those in the internal are the internal and the external in the heavens, or in each heaven hold the same relation as the voluntary and intellectual in man, the internal corresponding to the voluntary, and the external to the intellectual. Everything voluntary has its intellectual. One cannot exist without the other. The voluntary may be compared to a flame and the intellectual to the light therefrom. Let it be clearly understood that with the angels, it is the interiors that cause them to be in one heaven or another, for as their interiors are more open to the Lord, they are in a more interior heaven. There are 3 degrees of interiors in each angel and spirit, and also in man. Those in whom the 3rd degree is opened are in the inmost heaven. Those in whom the 2nd degree is opened, or only the 1st, are in the middle or in the outmost heaven. The interiors are opened by reception of divine good and divine truth. Those who are affected by divine truths and admit them at once into the life, thus into the will and into action therefrom, are in the inmost or 3rd heaven, and have their place there in accordance with their reception of good from affection for truth. Those who do not admit truths at once into the will, but into the memory, and thence into the understanding, and from the understanding will and do them, are in the middle or 2nd heaven. But those who live morally and who believe in a divine, and who care very little about being taught, are in the outmost or 1st heaven. From this, it is clear that the states of the interiors are what make heaven, and that heaven is within everyone, and not outside of him, as the Lord teaches when he says, The kingdom of God cometh not with observation. Neither shall they say, Lo here, or Lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God ye have within you. Furthermore, all perfection increases towards interiority and decreases towards exteriors, since interiors are nearer to the divine and are in themselves pure, while exteriors are more remote from the divine and are in themselves grosser. Intelligence, wisdom, love, everything good, and the resulting happiness are what constitute angelic perfection, but not happiness apart from these. For such happiness is external and not internal, because in the angels of the inmost heaven, the interiors have been opened in the third degree. Their perfection immeasurably surpasses the perfection of angels in the middle heaven, whose interiors have been opened in the second degree. So the perfection of these angels exceeds, in like measure, the perfection of angels of the outmost heaven. Because of this distinction, an angel of one heaven cannot go among the angels of another heaven. That is, no one can ascend from a lower heaven, and no one can descend from a higher heaven. One ascending from a lower heaven is seized with a distress even to anguish, and is unable to see those who are there, still less to talk with them, while one descending from a higher heaven is deprived of his wisdom, stammers in his speech, and is in despair. There were some from the outmost heaven who had not yet been taught that the interiors of angels are what constitute heaven, and who believed that they might come into a higher heavenly happiness by simply gaining access to a heaven where higher angels are. These were permitted to enter among such angels. But when they were there, they could see no one, however much they searched, although there was a great multitude present, for the interiors of the newcomers not having been opened in the same degree as the interiors of the angels there, their sight was not so opened. Presently they were seized with such anguish of heart that they scarcely knew whether they were alive or not. Therefore they hastily betook themselves to the heaven from which they came, glad to get back among their like, and pledging themselves that they would no longer covet higher things than were in agreement with their life. Again, I have seen some let down from a higher heaven, and these were deprived of their wisdom until they no longer knew what their own heaven was. It is otherwise when, as is often done, angels are raised up by the Lord out of a lower heaven into a higher, that they may behold its glory. For then they are prepared beforehand, and are encompassed by intermediate angels, through whom they have communication with those they come among. From all this, it is plain that the three heavens are entirely distinct from each other. Those, however, who are in the same heaven can affiliate with any who are there. But the delights of such affiliation are measured by the kinships of good they have come into, of which more will be said in the following chapters. But although the heavens are so distinct that there can be no companionship between the angels of one heaven and the angels of another, still the Lord joins all the heavens together by both direct and mediate influx, direct from himself into all the heavens, and mediate from one heaven into another. He thus makes the three heavens to be one, and all to be in such connection from the first to the last that nothing unconnected is possible. Whatever is not connected through intermediates with the first can have no permanent existence, but is dissipated and becomes nothing. Only he who knows how degrees are related to divine order can comprehend how the heavens are distinct, or even what is meant by the internal and the external man. Most men in the world have no other idea of what is interior and what is exterior, or of what is higher and what is lower, than as something continuous or coherent by continuity, from purer to grosser. But the relation of what is interior to what is exterior is discrete, not continuous. Degrees are of two kinds, those that are continuous and those that are not. Continuous degrees are related like the degrees of the waning of a light from its bright blaze to darkness, or like the degrees of the decrease of vision from objects in the light to those in the shade, or like degrees of purity in the atmosphere from bottom to top. These degrees are determined by distance. On the other hand, degrees that are not continuous but discrete are distinguished like prior and posterior, like cause and effect, and like what produces and what is produced. Whoever looks into the matter will see that in each thing, and all things in the whole world, whatever they are, there are such degrees of producing and compounding that is from one a second, from that a third, and so on, until one has acquired for himself a perception of these degrees. He cannot possibly understand the differences between the heavens, nor between the interior and exterior faculties of man, nor the differences between the spiritual world and the natural world, nor between the spirit of man and his body. So neither can he understand the nature and source of correspondences and representations, or the nature of influx. Sensual men do not apprehend these differences, For they make increase and decrease, even according to these degrees, to be continuous, and are therefore unable to conceive of what is spiritual otherwise than as a pure natural. And, in consequence, they remain outside of, and a great way off from intelligence. Finally, a certain arcanum respecting the angels of the three heavens, which has not hitherto come into anyone's mind, because degrees have not been understood, may be related. In every angel, and also in every man, there is an inmost or highest degree, or an inmost or highest something, into which the divine of the Lord primarily or proximately flows, and from which it disposes the other interiors in him that follow in accordance with the degrees of order. This inmost or highest degree may be called the entrance of the Lord to the angel or man, and his various dwelling place in them. It is by virtue of this inmost or highest that a man is a man, and is distinguished from irrational animals, for these do not have it. From this, it is that man, unlike the animals, is capable, in respect to all his interiors which pertain to his mind and disposition, of being raised up by the Lord to himself, of believing in the Lord, of being moved by love to the Lord, and thereby beholding him, and of receiving intelligence and wisdom, and speaking from reason. Also, it is by virtue of this that he lives to eternity. But what is arranged and provided by the Lord in this inmost does not distinctly flow into the perception of any angel, because it is above his thought and transcends his wisdom. These now are the general truths respecting the three heavens, but in what follows each heaven will be particularly treated of. Chapter 6. Earth's correspondence with heavenly realities. The angels of each heaven are not together in one place, but are divided into larger and smaller societies, in accordance with the differences of good of love, and of faith in which they are, those who are in like good forming a single society. Goods in the heavens are in infinite variety, and each angel is as it were his own good. Moreover, the angelic societies in the heavens are at a distance from each other as their goods differ in general and in particular. For in the spiritual world, the only ground of distance is difference in the state of interiors. Thus in the heavens, difference in the states of love, those who differ much being far apart, and those who differ but little being but little apart, and likeness causing them to be together. All who are in the same society are arranged in like manner, in respect to each other. Those who are more perfect, that is, who excel in good, thus in love, wisdom, and intelligence, being in the middle, those who are less preeminent being round about at a distance in accordance with the decrease of their perfection. The arrangement is like light diminishing from the middle to the circumference, those who are in the middle being in the greatest light, and those towards the circumference in less and less, like are drawn spontaneously, as it were to their like. For with their like they are as if with their own and at home, but with others they are as if with strangers and abroad. Also when with their like they are in their freedom, and consequently in every delight of life. All this makes clear that all in the heavens are affiliated by good, and are distinguished according to the quality of the good. Nevertheless, it is not the angels who thus affiliate themselves, but the Lord from whom the good is. The Lord leads them, conjoins and separates them, and preserves them in freedom, proportionate to their good. Thus he holds everyone in the life of his love and faith of his intelligence and wisdom, and the resulting happiness. Again, all who are in like good, even though they have never seen each other before, know each other, just as men in the world do their kinsmen, near relations, and friends. And for the reason that in the other life there are none but spiritual kinships, relationships, and friendships, thus such as spring from love and faith. This it has sometimes been granted me to see, when I have been in the spirit, and thus withdrawn from the body. And in the society of angels, some of those I then saw seemed as if I had known them from childhood, but others as if not known at all. Those whom I seemed to have known from childhood were such as were in a state similar to that of my spirit, but those who seemed unknown were in a dissimilar state. All who form the same angelic society resemble each other in countenance in a general way, but not in particulars. How these general resemblances are related to differences in particulars can in some measure be seen from like things in the world. It is well known that with every race there is a certain general resemblance of face and eyes, by which it is known and distinguished from all other races. This is still more true of different families. In the heavens this is much more fully the case, because there all the interior affections appear, in and shine forth from the face, for there the face is the external and representative form of those affections. No one there can have any other face than that of his own affection. It was also shown how this general likeness is varied in particulars with individuals in the same society. A face like an angel's appeared to me, and this was varied in accordance with such affections for good and truth as are in those who belong to a single society. These changes went on for a long time, and I noticed that the same face in general continued as a groundwork, all besides being what was derived and produced from that. Thus, by means of this face, the affections of the whole society were exhibited, whereby the faces of those in it are varied. As has been said above, the faces of angels are the forms of their interiors, thus of the affections that belong to their love and faith. From this it also comes to pass that an angel who excels in wisdom instantly sees the quality of another from his face. In heaven, no one can conceal his interiors by his expression, or feign, or really deceive and mislead by craft or hypocrisy. There are hypocrites who are experts in disguising their interiors and fashioning their exteriors into the form of that good in which those are who belong to a society, and who thus make themselves appear angels of light, and these sometimes insinuate themselves into a society, but they cannot stay there long, for they begin to suffer inward pain and torture, to grow livid in the face, and to become, as it were, lifeless. These changes arise from the contrariety of the life that flows in and affects them. Therefore they quickly cast themselves down into hell, where their like are, and no longer want to ascend. These are such as are meant by the man found among the invited guests at the feast, not clothed with a wedding garment, who was cast out into outer darkness. All the societies of heaven have communication with one another, though not by open interaction. For few go out of their own society into another, since going out of their own society is like going away from themselves or from their own life, and passing into another life which is less congenial. But all the societies communicate by an extension of the sphere that goes forth from the life of each. This sphere of the life is the sphere of the affections of love and faith. This sphere extends itself far and wide into the surrounding societies, and farther and wider in proportion as the affections are the more interior and perfect. In the measure of that extension do the angels have intelligence and wisdom. Those that are in the inmost heaven and in the middle of it have extension into the entire heavens. Thus there is a sharing of all in heaven with each one, and of each one with all. But this extension will be considered more fully hereafter, where the form of heaven in accord with which the angelic societies are arranged, and also the wisdom and intelligence of angels will be treated of, for in accordance with that form, all extension of affections and thoughts proceeds. It has been said above that in the heavens there are larger and smaller societies. The larger consist of myriads of angels, the smaller of some thousands, and the least of some hundreds. There are also some that dwell apart, house by house as it were, and family by family. Although these live in a scattered way, they are arranged in order like those who live in societies, the wiser in the middle and the more simple in the borders. Such are more closely under the divine auspices of the Lord, and are the best of the angels. Chapter 7. Directional Order Within Heaven. Each society is a heaven in a smaller form, and each angel in the smallest form, because it is the good of love and of faith that makes heaven, and this good is in each society of heaven and in each angel of a society. It does not matter that this good everywhere differs and varies, it is still the good of heaven, and there is no difference except that heaven has one quality here and another there. So when anyone is raised up into any society of heaven, he is said to come into heaven, and those who are there are said to be in heaven, and each one in his own. This is known to all in the other life. Consequently, those standing outside of or beneath heaven, when they see at a distance companies of angels, say that heaven is in this or that place. It is comparatively like civil and military officers and attendants in a royal palace or castle. Although dwelling apart in their own quarters or chambers above and below, are yet in the same palace or castle, each in his own position in the royal service. This makes evident the meaning of the Lord's words, that in his Father's house are many abiding places, also what is meant by the dwelling places of heaven, and the heavens of heavens in the prophets. That each society is a heaven in a smaller form can be seen from this also, that each society there has a heavenly form like that of heaven as a whole. In the whole heavens, those who are superior to the rest are in the middle, with the less excellent round about in a decreasing order, even to the borders. It can be seen also from this, that the Lord directs all in the whole heaven, as if they were a single angel, and the same is true of all in each society. And as a consequence, An entire angelic society sometimes appears in angelic form, like a single angel, as I have been permitted by the Lord to see. Moreover, when the Lord appears in the midst of the angels, he does not appear as one surrounded by many, but the appearance is as a one, in an angelic form. This is why the Lord is called an angel in the Word, and why an entire society is so called. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael are no other than angelic societies so named from their functions. So an angel is a heaven in the smallest form. For heaven is not outside of the angel, but is within him, since the interior things which belong to his mind are arranged into the form of heaven. Thus, for the reception of all things of heaven that are outside of him. These also he receives according to the quality of the good that is in him from the Lord. It is from this that an angel is a heaven. It can in no sense be said that heaven is outside of anyone. It is within him. For it is in accordance with the heaven that is within him that each angel receives the heaven that is outside of him. This makes clear how greatly misled is he who believes that to come into heaven is simply to be taken up among angels, without regard to what one's interior life may be. Thus, that heaven is granted to each one by mercy apart from means, when in fact, unless heaven is within one, nothing of the heaven that is outside can flow in and be received. There are many spirits who have this idea. Because of this belief, they have been taken up into heaven. But when they came there, because their interior life was contrary to the angelic life, their intellectual faculties began to be blinded until they became like fools, and they began to be tortured in their voluntary faculties until they became like madmen. In a word, if those that have lived wickedly come into heaven, they gasp for breath and writhe about, like fishes out of water in the air, or like animals in ether in an air pump when the air has been exhausted. From this it can be seen that heaven is not outside of a man, but within him, as everyone receives the heaven that is outside of him in accordance with the quality of the heaven that is within him, so in like manner does everyone receive the Lord, since it is the divine of the Lord that makes heaven. And for this reason, when the Lord becomes manifestly present in any society, his appearance there is in accord with the quality of the good in which the society is, thus not the same in one society as in another. This diversity is not in the Lord. It is in the angels who behold him from their own good, and thus in accordance with their good, and they are affected by his appearance in accordance with the quality of their love. Those who love him inmost are inmost affected, and those who love him less are less affected, while the evil who are outside of heaven are tortured by his presence. When the Lord is seen in any society, he is seen as an angel, but is distinguished from others by the divine that shines through. Again, heaven is where the Lord is acknowledged, believed in, and loved. Variety in worship of the Lord, from the variety of good in different societies, is not harmful, but beneficial, for the perfection of heaven is therefrom. This can scarcely be made clear to the comprehension, without employing terms that are in common use in the learned world, and showing by means of these how unity that it may be perfect must be formed from variety. Every whole exists from various parts, since a whole without constituents is not anything. It has no form, and therefore no quality. But when a whole exists from various parts, and the various parts are in a perfect form, in which each attaches itself like a congenial friend to another in series, then the quality is perfect. So heaven is a whole from various parts arranged in a most perfect form, for the heavenly form is the most perfect of all forms. That this is the ground of all perfection is evident from the nature of all beauty, agreeableness, and delight, by which the senses and the mind are affected. For these qualities spring and flow from no other source than the concert and harmony of many concordant and congenial parts, either coexisting in order or following in order, and never from a whole without many parts. From this is the saying that variety gives delight, and the nature of variety, as is known, is what determines the delight. From all this it can be seen, as in a mirror, how perfection comes from variety even in heaven. For from the things that exist in the natural world, the things of the spiritual world can be seen as in a mirror. What has been said of heaven may be said also of the church, for the church is the Lord's heaven on earth. There are also many churches, each one of which is called a church, and so far as the good of love and faith reigns therein is a church. Here too, the Lord out of various parts forms a unity that is one church out of many churches, and the like may be said of the man of the church in particular. of an angel that has heaven in him, namely that he is a church in the smallest form, as an angel is a heaven in the smallest form. And furthermore, that a man that has the church in him equally with an angel is a heaven, for man was created that he might come into heaven and become an angel. Consequently, angel. What man has in common with an angel, and what he has in contrast with angels may be mentioned. It is granted to man, equally with the angel, to have his interiors conform to the image of heaven, and to become, so far as he is in the good of love and faith, an image of heaven. But it is granted to man, and not to angels, to have his exteriors conform to the image of the world, and so far as he is in good, to have the world in him subordinated to heaven and made to serve heaven. And then the Lord is present in him both in the world and in heaven, just as if he were in his heaven. For the Lord is in his divine order in both worlds, since God is order. Finally, it should be said that he who has heaven in himself has it not only in the largest or most general things pertaining to him, but also in every least or particular thing, and that these least things repeat in an image the greatest. This comes from the fact that everyone is his own love and is such as his ruling love is. That which reigns flows into the particulars and arranges them, and everywhere induces a likeness of itself. In the heavens love to the Lord is the ruling love, for there the Lord is loved above all things. Hence the Lord there is the all in all, flowing into all and each, arranging them, clothing them with a likeness of himself, and making it to be heaven wherever he is. This is what makes an angel to be a heaven in the smallest form, a society to be a heaven in a larger form, and all the societies taken together a heaven in the largest form. That the divine of the Lord is what makes heaven, and that he is the all in all may be seen above. Chapter 8, Heaven's Form, Affiliation, and Communication. That heaven in its whole complex reflects a single man is an arcanum, hitherto unknown in the world, but fully recognized in the heavens. To know this, and the specific and particular things relating to it, is the chief thing in the intelligence of the angels there. And on it many things depend, which, without it, as their general principle, would not enter distinctly and clearly into the ideas of their minds. Knowing that all the heavens, with their societies, reflect a single man they call heaven, the greatest man and the divine man, divine because it is the divine of the Lord that makes heaven, that into such a form and image, celestial and spiritual things are arranged and joined, cannot be seen by those who have no right idea of spiritual and heavenly things. Such think that the earthly and material things of which man's outmost nature is composed are what makes the man, and that apart from these man is not a man. But let them know that it is not from these that man is a man, but from his ability to understand what is true and to will what is good. Such understanding and willing are the spiritual and celestial things of which man is made. Moreover, it is known that everyone's quality is determined by the quality of his understanding and will, and it can also be known that his earthly body is formed to serve the understanding and the will in the world, and to skillfully accomplish their uses in the outmost sphere of nature. For this reason, the body by itself can do nothing, but is moved always in entire subservience to the bidding of the understanding and will, even to the extent that whatever a man thinks he speaks with his tongue and lips, and whatever he wills he does with his body and limbs, and thus the understanding and the will are what act, while the body by itself does nothing. Evidently, then, the things of the understanding and will are what make man, and as these act into the minutest particulars of the body, as what is internal into what is external, they must be in a like form. And on this account, man is called an internal or spiritual man. Heaven is such a man in its greatest and most perfect form. Such being the angelic idea of man, the angels give no thought to what a man does with his body, but only to the will from which the body acts. This they call the man himself, and the understanding they call the man so far as it acts in unison with the will. The angels, it is true, do not see heaven in its whole complex in the human form, for heaven as a whole does not come within view of any angel, but remote societies, consisting of many thousands of angels, they sometimes see as a single in the human form, and from a society as from a part, they draw their conclusion as to the general, which is heaven. For in the most perfect form, generals are like the parts, and parts are like the generals, with simply such a difference as there is between like things of greater or less magnitude. Consequently, the angels say that since the divine, from what is inmost or highest, sees all things, so in the Lord's sight, heaven as a whole must be in the human form. Heaven being such, it is ruled by the Lord as a single man is ruled,
Quest
thus
complete.
as a one. Although man, as we know, consists of an innumerable variety of parts, not only as a whole, but also in each part as a whole of members, organs, and viscera, and in each part of series of fibers, nerves, and blood vessels, thus of members within members, and of parts within parts. Nevertheless, when he acts as a single man. Such likewise is heaven under the auspices and direction of the Lord. So many different things in man act as a one, because there is no least thing in him that does not do something for the general welfare and perform some use. The general performs a use for its parts, and the parts for the general. For the general is composed of the parts, and the parts constitute the general. Therefore they provide for each other, have regard for each other, and are joined together in such a form that each thing and all things have reference to the general and its good. Thus it is that they act as one. In the heavens, there are like affiliations. Those that are conjoined according to uses in a like form, and consequently, those who do not perform uses for the common good are cast out of heaven as something heterogeneous. To perform use is to will well to others for the sake of the common good, but to will well to others not for the sake of the common good, but for the sake of self is not to perform use. These latter are such as love themselves supremely, while the former are such as love the Lord supremely. Thence it is that those who are in heaven act as a one, and this they do from the Lord, not from themselves, for they look to him as the only one, the source of all things, and they regard his kingdom as the general, the good of which is to be sought. This is what is meant by the Lord's words. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all things shall be added unto you. To seek his righteousness means to seek his good. Those who in the world love their country's good more than their own, and their neighbor's good as their own, are they who in the other life love and seek the Lord's kingdom. For there, the Lord's kingdom takes the place of country, and those who love doing good to others, not with self as an end, but with good as an end, love the neighbor, for in heaven good is the neighbor. All such are in the greatest man that is heaven, as the whole heaven reflects a single man, and is a divine spiritual man. Even in figure, so heaven, like a man, is arranged into members and parts, and these are similarly named. Moreover, angels know in what member this or that society is. This society, they say, is in a certain part or province of the head, that in a certain part or province of the breast, that in a province of the loins, and so on. In general, the highest or third heaven forms the head down to the neck. The middle or second heaven forms the breast down to the loins and knees, and the lowest or first heaven forms the feet down to the soles, and also the arms down to the fingers. For the arms and hands belong to the lowest parts of man, although at the sides. From this again it is plain why there are three heavens. The spirits that are beneath heaven are greatly astonished when they hear that heaven is not only above but below. For they have a like faith and opinion as men in the world, that heaven is nowhere but above. For they do not know that the arrangement is like the arrangement of the members, organs, and viscera in man, some of which are above and some below, or like the arrangement of the parts in each of the members, organs and viscera, some of which are within and some without. Hence their confused notions about heaven. These things about heaven as the greatest man are set forth, because what follows in regard to heaven cannot be at all comprehended until these things are known. Neither can there be any clear idea of the form of heaven, of the conjunction of the Lord with heaven, of the conjunction of heaven with man, of the influx of the spiritual world into the natural, or any idea at all of correspondent subjects to be treated of in their proper order in what now follows. To throw some light on these subjects, therefore, the above has been premised. Chapter 9, Forms of Governance in Heaven. I have frequently been permitted to see that each society of heaven reflects a single man and is in the likeness of a man. There was a society into which several had insinuated themselves who knew how to counterfeit angels of light. These were hypocrites, when these were being separated from the angels. I saw that the entire society appeared at first as a single indistinct body, then by degrees in a human form, but still indistinctly, and at last clearly as a man. Those that were in that man and made up the man were such as were in the good of that society. The others who were not in the man and did not make up the man were hypocrites. These were cast out, and the former were retained, and thus the separation was effected. Hypocrites are such as talk well and also do well, but have regard to themselves in everything. They talk as angels do about the Lord, heaven, love, and heavenly life, and also act rightly, so that they may appear to be what they profess to be. But their thinking is different. They believe nothing, and they wish good to none but themselves. Their doing good is for the sake of self, or if for the sake of others, it is only for the appearance, and thus still for the sake of self. I have also been permitted to see that an entire angelic society, where the Lord is visibly present, appears as a one in the human form. There appeared on high towards the east something like a cloud, glowing white, becoming red, and with little stars round about, which was descending. And as it gradually descended, it became brighter, and at last appeared in a perfect human form. The little stars round about the cloud were angels, who so appeared by virtue of light from the Lord. It must be understood that although all in a heavenly society, when seen together as one, appear in the likeness of a man, yet no one society is just such a man as another. Societies differ from one another, like the faces of different individuals of the same family. For the reason given above, that is, they differ in accordance with the varieties of good in which they are, and which determines their form, the societies of the inmost or highest heaven. And in the center, there are those that appear in the most perfect and beautiful human form. It is worthy of mention that the greater the number in any society in heaven, the more perfect is its human form. For variety arranged in a heavenly form is what constitutes perfection, as has been shown above, and number gives variety. Moreover, every society of heaven increases in number daily, and as it increases, it becomes more perfect. Thus, not only the society becomes more perfect, but also heaven in general, because it is made up of societies. As heaven gains in perfection by increase of numbers, it is evident how mistaken those are who believe that heaven may be closed by becoming full, for the opposite is true. That it will never be closed, but is perfected by greater and greater fullness. Therefore, the angels desire nothing so much as to have new angel guests come to them. Each society, when it appears as one whole, is in the form of a man, for the reason that heaven as a whole has that form, moreover. In the most perfect form, such as the form of heaven is, there is a likeness of the parts to the whole, and of lesser forms to the greatest. The lesser forms and parts of heaven are the societies of which it is composed, which are also heavens in lesser form, and each angel likewise in the least form. This likeness is perpetual because in the heavens the goods of all are from a single love, that is, from a single origin. The single love which is the origin of the good of all in heaven is love to the Lord from the Lord. It is from this that the entire heaven in general, each society less generally, and each angel in particular, is a likeness of the Lord, as has been shown above. Chapter 10. Angelic Practices of Divine Adoration. In the 2 preceding chapters, it has been shown that heaven, in its whole complex, and likewise each society in heaven, reflects a single man. From the sequence of reasons there set forth, it follows that this is equally true of each angel, as heaven is a man in largest form and a society in less form. Of heaven in a less form, so is an angel in least. For in the most perfect form such as the form of heaven is, there is a likeness of the whole in the part, and of the part in the whole. This is so for the reason that heaven is a common sharing, for it shares all it has with each one, and each one receives all he has from that sharing. Because an angel is thus a recipient, he is a heaven in least form, as shown above in its chapter, and a man also, so far as he receives heaven, is a recipient, a heaven, and an angel. This is thus described in the Apocalypse. He measured the wall of the holy Jerusalem, 144 cubits, the measure of a man, which is that of an angel. Jerusalem means here the Lord's church, and in a more eminent sense, heaven, the wall means truth, which is a defense against the assault of falsities and evils. 144 means all goods and truths in the complex. Measure means what a thing is. A man means one, in whom are goods and truths in general and in particular, thus in whom is heaven. And as it is from this that an angel is a man, it is said the measure of a man, which is that of an angel. This is the spiritual meaning of these words. Without that meaning, how could it be seen that the wall of the holy Jerusalem is the measure of a man, which is that of an angel? Let us now turn to experience. That angels are human forms or men has been seen by me 1,000 times. I have talked with them as man with man, sometimes with one, sometimes with many together, and I have seen nothing whatever in their form different from the human form, and have occasionally been surprised to find them such. and that this might not be said to be a delusion or a vision of fancy, I have been permitted to see angels when fully awake or in possession of all my bodily senses and in a state of clear perception. And I have often told them that men in the Christian world are in such blind ignorance in regard to angels and spirits as to believe them to be minds without form, even pure thoughts of which they have no idea except as something ethereal in which there is some vitality. And as they thus ascribe to angels nothing human except a thinking faculty, they believe that having no eyes they do not see, having no ears they do not hear, and having no mouth or tongue they do not speak. To this the angels replied that they are aware that such a belief is held by many in the world, and it is prevalent among the learned, and to their surprise even among the clergy. The reason, they said, is that the learned who were the leaders and who first concocted such an idea of angels and spirits conceived of them from the sense conceptions of the external man. And those who think from these, and not from interior light and from the general idea implanted in everyone, must needs fabricate such notions, since the sense conceptions of the external man take in only what belongs to nature and nothing above nature. Thus, nothing whatever of the spiritual world. From these leaders as guides, this falsity of thought about angels extended to others who did not think from themselves, but adopted the thoughts of their leaders. And those who first take their thoughts from others and make that thought their belief, and then view it with their own understanding, cannot easily recede from it. The angels said, furthermore, that the simple in faith and heart have no such idea about angels, but think of them as the men of heaven, and for the reason that they have not extinguished by learning what is implanted in them from heaven, and have no conception of anything apart from form. This is why angels in churches, whether sculptured or painted, are always depicted as men. In respect to this insight from heaven, they said that it is the divine flowing into such as are in the good of faith and life. From all my experience, which is now of many years, I am able to say and affirm that angels are holy men in form, having faces, eyes, ears, bodies, arms, hands, and feet, that they see and hear one another, and talk together, and in a word, lack nothing, whatever that belongs to man, except that they are not clothed in material bodies. I have seen them in their own light, which exceeds by many degrees the noonday light of the world. And in that light all their features could be seen more distinctly and clearly than the faces of men are seen on the earth. It has also been granted me to see an angel of the inmost heaven. He had a more radiant and resplendent face than the angels of the lower heavens. I observed him attentively, and he had a human form in all completeness. But it must be remembered that a man cannot see angels with his bodily eyes, but only with the eyes of the spirit within him, because his spirit is in the spiritual world, and all things of the body are in the natural world, like seas, like from being like. Moreover, as the bodily organ of sight, which is the eye, is too gross, as everyone knows, to see even the smaller things of nature except through magnifying glasses, still less can it see what is above the sphere of nature, as all things in the spiritual world are. Nevertheless, these things can be seen by man when he has been withdrawn from the sight of the body, and the sight of his spirit has been opened. And this can be effected instantly whenever it is the pleasure of the Lord that man should see these things, and in that case man does not know but what he is seeing them with his bodily eyes. Thus were angels seen by Abraham, Lot, Manoah, and the prophets, and thus too the Lord was seen by the disciples after the resurrection, and in the same way angels have been seen by me. Because the prophets saw in this way, they were called seers, and were said to have their eyes opened, and enabling them to see thus was called opening their eyes, as with Elisha's servant, of whom we read. Elisha prayed and said, Jehovah, I pray thee open his eyes that he may see. And Jehovah opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha. Good spirits, with whom I have spoken about this matter, have been deeply grieved at such ignorance in the church about the condition of heaven and of spirits and angels. And in their displeasure, they charged me to declare positively that they are not formless minds nor ethereal breaths, but are men in very form, and see, hear, and feel equally with those who are in this world. Chapter 11. The nature of angelic utterance. That it is from the Lord's divine human that heaven as a whole, and in part, reflects man, follows as a conclusion from all that has been stated and shown in the preceding chapters, namely, that the God of heaven is the Lord. It is the divine of the Lord that makes heaven. Heaven consists of innumerable societies, and each society is a heaven in a smaller form, each angel in the smallest form. Heaven in the aggregate reflects a single man. Each society in the heavens reflects a single man. Therefore, every angel is in a complete human form. All this leads to the conclusion that, as it is the divine that makes heaven, heaven must be human in form. That this divine is the Lord's divine human can be seen still more clearly. Because in a compendium, in what has been collected, brought together and collated from the heavenly secrets and placed as a supplement at the end of this chapter, that the Lord's human is divine, and that it is not true that his human is not divine, as those within the church believe, may also be seen in the same extracts, also in the chapter on the Lord in the New Jerusalem and its heavenly doctrine. The end. That this is true has been proved to me by much experience, about which something shall now be said. No angel in the heavens ever perceives the divine as being in any other than a human form. And what is remarkable, those in the higher heavens are unable to think of the divine in any other way. The necessity of thinking in this way comes from the divine itself that flows in, and also from the form of heaven in harmony with which their thoughts spread forth. For every thought of an angel spreads forth into heaven, and the angels have intelligence and wisdom in the measure of that extension. It is in consequence of this that all in heaven acknowledge the Lord, because only in him does the divine human exist. Not only have I been told all this by angels, but when elevated into the inner sphere of heaven, I have been able to perceive it. From this it is evident that the wiser the angels are, the more clearly they perceive this truth. And it is from this that the Lord is seen by them, for the Lord is seen in a divine angelic form, which is the human form, by those who acknowledge and believe in a visible divine being, but not by those who believe in an invisible divine. For the former can see their divine being, but the latter cannot, because the angels have no perception of an invisible divine, which they call a divine devoid of form, but perceive only a visible divine in human form. They are accustomed to say that the Lord alone is man, and that it is from him that they are men, and that each one is a man in the measure of his reception of the Lord. By receiving the Lord they understand receiving good and truth, which are from him, since the Lord is in his good and in his truth, and this they call wisdom and intelligence. Everyone knows, they say, that intelligence and wisdom make man, and not a face without these. The truth of this is made evident from the appearance of the angels of the interior heavens. For these, being in good and truth from the Lord, and in consequent wisdom and intelligence, are in a most beautiful and most perfect human form, while the angels of the lower heavens are in human form of less perfection and beauty. On the other hand, those who are in hell appear in the light of heaven hardly as men, but rather as monsters, since they are not in good and truth, but in evil and falsity, and consequently in the opposites of wisdom and intelligence. For this reason, their life is not called life, but spiritual death, because heaven, as a whole and in part, from the Lord's divine human reflects man. It is from this that heaven is conjoined with man by the Lord, and not with God as heard of in thought only, and not seen. For faith turns to what is seen, and not to what is not seen, or that is above man's thought. The Lord teaches this in many passages, of which only the following shall be quoted. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit of itself except it abide in the vine, so neither can ye except ye abide in me. For apart from me ye can do nothing. Abide in my love. If ye keep my commandments, ye shall abide in my love. Because such a perception of the divine exists in the heavens, to think of God as in a human form is implanted in every man who receives any influx from heaven. Thus did the ancients think of him, and thus do the moderns think of him both outside of the church and within it. The simple see him in thought as the Ancient One in shining light. But this insight has been extinguished in all those that by self-intelligence and by a life of evil have rejected influx from heaven. Those that have extinguished it by self-intelligence prefer an invisible God, while those that have extinguished it by a life of evil prefer no God. Neither of these are aware that such an insight exists, because they do not have it, and yet it is the divine heavenly itself that primarily flows into man out of heaven, because man is born for heaven. And no one without a conception of a divine can enter heaven. For this reason, he that has no conception of heaven, that is, no conception of the divine from which heaven is, cannot be raised up to the first threshold of heaven. As soon as such a one draws near to heaven, a resistance and a strong repulsion are perceived. And for the reason that his interiors, which should be receptive of heaven, are closed up from their not being in the form of heaven, and the nearer he comes to heaven, the more tightly are they closed up. Such is the lot of those within the church who deny the Lord, and of those who, like the Socinians, deny his divinity. But the lot of those who are born out of the church, and who are ignorant of the Lord because they do not have the word, will be described hereafter. That the men of old time had an idea of the divine as human is evident from the manifestation of the divine to Abraham, Lot, Joshua, Gideon, Manoah, and his wife, and others. These saw God as a man, but nevertheless adored him as the God of the universe, calling him the God of heaven and earth and Jehovah. That it was the Lord who was seen by Abraham, he himself teaches in John, and that it was he who was seen by the rest is evident from his words. No one hath seen the Father, nor heard his voice, nor seen his form. But that God is man can scarcely be comprehended by those who judge all things from the sense conceptions of the external man. For the sensual man must needs think of the divine from the world and what is therein, and thus of a divine and spiritual man in the same way as of a corporeal and natural man. From this he concludes that if God were a man, he would be as large as the universe, and if he ruled heaven and earth, it would be done through many others, after the manner of kings in the world. If told that in heaven there is no extension of space as in the world, he would not in the least comprehend it. For he that thinks only from nature and its light must needs think in accord with such extension as appears before his eyes. But it is the greatest mistake to think in this way about heaven. Extension there is not like extension in the world. In the world extension is determinate and thus measurable, but in heaven it is not determinate and thus not measurable. But extension in heaven will be further treated of hereafter in connection with space and time in the spiritual world. Furthermore, everyone knows how far the sight of the eye extends, namely, to the sun and to the stars which are so remote, and whoever thinks deeply knows that the internal sight, which is of thought, has a still wider extension, and that a yet more interior sight must extend more widely still. What then must be said of divine sight, which is the inmost and highest of all? Because thoughts have such extension, all things of heaven are shared with everyone there, so too are all things of the divine, which makes heaven and fills it, as has been shown in the chapters treating of the wisdom of the angels of heaven. Those in heaven wonder that men can believe themselves to be intelligent, who, in thinking of God, think about something invisible that is inconceivable under any form, and that they can call those who think differently unintelligent and simple when the reverse is the truth. They add, "Let those who thus believe themselves to be intelligent examine themselves, whether they do not look upon nature as God, some the nature that is before their eyes, others the invisible side of nature, and whether they are not so blind as not to know what God is, what an angel is, what a spirit is, what their soul is, which is to live after death, what the life of heaven in man is, and many other things that constitute intelligence. When yet those whom they call simple know all these things in their way, having an idea of their God that he is the divine in a human form, of an angel that he is a heavenly man, of their soul that is to live after death, that it is like an angel, and of the life of heaven in man, that it is living in accord with the divine commandments. Such the angels call intelligent and fitted for heaven, but the others, on the other hand, they call not intelligent." Extracts from the heavenly secrets relating to the Lord and his divine human form. The divine was in the Lord from very conception. The Lord alone had a divine seed. His soul was Jehovah. Thus the Lord's inmost was the divine itself, while the clothing was from the mother. The divine itself was the being of the Lord's life, and from this the human afterwards went forth and became the outgo from that being. Within the church where the word is, and by it the Lord is known, the Lord's divine ought not to be denied, nor the holy that goes forth from him. Those within the church who do not acknowledge the Lord have no conjunction with the divine, but it is otherwise with those outside of the church. Of the church is to acknowledge the Lord's divine and his union with the Father. The glorification of the Lord is treated of in the word in many passages, and in the internal sense of the word everywhere. The Lord glorified his human, but not the divine, since this was glorified in itself. The Lord came into the world to glorify his human. The Lord glorified his human by means of the divine love that was in him from conception. The Lord's life in the world was his love towards the whole human race. The Lord's love transcends all human understanding. The Lord saved the human race by glorifying his human. Otherwise, the whole human race would have perished in eternal death. The state of the Lord's glorification and humiliation. Glorification in respect to the Lord is the uniting of his human with the divine, and to glorify is to make divine. When the Lord glorified his human, he put off everything human that was from the mother, until at last he was not her son. The Son of God from eternity was the divine truth in heaven. When the Lord was in the world, he made his human divine truth from the divine good that was in him. The Lord then arranged all things in himself into a heavenly form, which is in accord with divine truth. For this reason the Lord was called the Word, which is divine truth. The Lord alone had perception and thought from himself, and this was above all angelic perception and thought. The divine truth which was himself, the Lord united with divine good which was in himself. The union was reciprocal. In passing out of the world, the Lord also made his human divine good. This is what is meant by his coming forth from the Father and returning to the Father. Thus he became one with the Father. Since that union, divine truth goes forth from the Lord. How divine truth goes forth illustrated. It was from his own power that the Lord united the human with the divine. From this it is clear that the Lord's human was not like the human of any other man, in that it was conceived from the divine itself. His union with the Father, from whom was his soul, was not as between two persons, but as between soul and body. The most ancient people could not worship the divine being, but could worship only the divine outgo, which is the divine human. Therefore the Lord came into the world in order to become the divine exister from the divine esse. The ancients acknowledged the divine because he appeared to them in a human form, and this was the divine human. The infinite being could flow into heaven with the angels, and with men only by means of the divine human. In heaven, no other divine than the divine human is perceived. The divine human from eternity was the divine truth in heaven, and the divine passing through heaven. Thus it was the divine outgo which afterwards in the Lord became the divine being per se, from which is the divine exister in heaven. What the state of heaven was before the Lord's coming. The divine was not perceptible except when it passed through heaven. The inhabitants of all the earth worship the divine under a human form, that is, the Lord. They rejoice when they hear that God actually became man. All who are in good, and who worship the divine under the human form, are received by the Lord. God cannot be thought of except in human form, and what is incomprehensible does not fall into any idea, so neither into belief. Man is able to worship that of which he has some idea, but not that of which he has no idea. Therefore the divine is worshipped under a human form by most of the inhabitants of the entire globe, and this is the effect of influx from heaven. All who are in good in regard to their life, when they think of the Lord, think of the divine human, and not of the human separate from the divine. It is otherwise with those who are not in good in regard to their life. In the church at this day, those that are in evil in regard to their life, and those that are in faith separate from charity think of the human of the Lord apart from the divine, and do not even comprehend what the divine human is, why they do not. The Lord's human is divine, because it is from the being of the Father, and this was his soul, illustrated by a father's likeness in children, also because it was from the divine love, which was the very being of his life from conception. Every man is such as his love is, and is his love. The Lord made all his human, both internal and external, divine. Therefore, differently from any man, he rose again as to his whole body. That the Lord's human is divine is acknowledged from his omnipresence in the Holy Supper. Also from the word of the Old Testament, in that he is called God and is called Jehovah. In the sense of the letter, a distinction is made between the Father and the Son. That is, between Jehovah and the Lord, but not in the internal sense of the word, in which the angels of heaven are. In the Christian world, the Lord's human has been declared not to be divine. This was done in a council for the Pope's sake, that he might be acknowledged as the Lord's vicar. Christians were examined in the other life in regard to their idea of one God, and it was found they held an idea of three gods. A divine trinity or trine in one person, constituting one God, is conceivable but not in three persons. The trine in the Lord is the divine itself, called the Father, the divine human, called the Son, and the divine going forth, called the Holy Spirit, and this divine trine is a one. The Lord himself teaches that the Father and he are one, so that the holy divine goes forth from him and is his. The divine human flows into heaven and makes heaven. The Lord is the all in heaven and is the life of heaven. In the angels the Lord dwells in what is his own. Consequently, those who are in heaven are in the Lord. The Lord's conjunction with angels is measured by their reception of the good of love and charity from Him. The entire heaven has reference to the Lord. The Lord is the common center of heaven. All in heaven turn themselves to the Lord who is above the heavens. Nevertheless, angels do not turn themselves to the Lord, but the Lord turns them to Himself. It is not a presence of angels with the Lord, but the Lord's presence with angels. In heaven there is no conjunction with the divine itself, but conjunction with the divine human. Heaven corresponds to the divine human of the Lord. Consequently, heaven in general is as a single man, and for this reason heaven is called the greatest man. The Lord is the only man, and those only are men who receive the divine from Him. So far as they receive are they men and images of Him. Therefore angels are forms of love and charity in human form, and this from the Lord. The whole heaven is the Lord's. He has all power in the heavens and on earth. As the Lord rules the whole heaven, He also rules all things depending thereon. Thus, all things in the world. The Lord alone has the power to remove the hells, to withhold from evils, and to hold in good. Thus, to save. Chapter 12, Angelic Insight Reflected in Speech. What correspondence is not known at the present day. For several reasons, the chief of which is that man has withdrawn himself from heaven by the love of self and love of the world. For he that loves self and the world above all things gives heed only to worldly things, since these appeal to the external senses and gratify the natural longings, and he does not give heed to spiritual things, since these appeal to the internal senses and gratify the mind. Therefore he cast them aside, saying that they are too high for his comprehension. This was not so with the ancient people. To them, the knowledge of correspondences was the chief of knowledges. By means of it, they acquired intelligence and wisdom, and by means of it, those who were of the church had communication with heaven. For the knowledge of correspondences is angelic knowledge. The most ancient people who were celestial men thought from correspondence itself, as the angels do, and therefore they talked with angels, and the Lord frequently appeared to them, and they were taught by Him. But at this day, that knowledge has been so completely lost that no one knows what correspondence is. Since then, without a perception of what correspondence is, there can be no clear knowledge of the spiritual world or of its inflow into the natural world. Neither of what the spiritual is in its relation to the natural, nor any clear knowledge of the spirit of man, which is called the soul, and its operation into the body, neither of man's state after death. It is necessary to explain what correspondence is and the nature of it. This will prepare the way for what is to follow. Correspondence is the relation of the spiritual world to the natural world. The whole natural world corresponds to the spiritual world, and not merely the natural world in general, but also every particular of it. And as a consequence, everything in the natural world that springs from the spiritual world is called a correspondent. It must be understood that the natural world springs from and has permanent existence from the spiritual world, precisely like an effect from its affecting cause. All that is spread out under the sun, and that receives heat and light from the sun, is what is called the natural world. And all things that derive their subsistence therefrom belong to that world. But the spiritual world is heaven, and all things in the heavens belong to that world. Since man is both a heaven and a world in least form after the image of the greatest, there is in him both a spiritual and a natural world. The interior things that belong to his mind, and that have relation to understanding, and will constitute his spiritual world, while the exterior things that belong to his body, and that have relation to its senses and activities, constitute his natural world. Consequently, everything in his natural world that has its existence from his spiritual world is called a correspondent. From the human face it can be seen what correspondence is. In a face that has not been taught to dissemble, all the affections of the mind present themselves to view in a natural form, as in their type. This is why the face is called the index of the mind, that is, it is man's spiritual world presented in his natural world. So also the affections of the mind are presented in the body in natural forms. What pertains to the understanding is presented in speech, and what pertains to the will is presented in the movements of the body. So, whatever effects are produced in the body, whether in the face, in speech, or in bodily movements, are called correspondences. All this shows also what the internal man is, and what the external, namely, that the internal is what is called the spiritual man, and the external what is called the natural man. Also that the one is distinct from the other as heaven is from the world. Furthermore, that all things that take place and come forth in the external or natural man take place and come forth from the internal or spiritual man. This much has been said about the correspondence of man's internal or spiritual with his external or natural. Now, the correspondence of the whole heaven with everything pertaining to man shall be treated of. It has been shown that the entire heaven reflects a single man, and that it is in image a man and is therefore called the greatest man. It has also been shown that the angelic societies of which heaven consists are therefore arranged as the members, organs, and viscera are in man. That is, some are in the head, some in the breast, some in the arms, and some in each of their particulars. Consequently, the societies in any member there correspond to the like member in man, those in the head, corresponding to the head in man, those in the breast to the breast in man, those in the arms to the arms in man, and so with all the rest. It is from this correspondence that man has permanent existence. For from heaven alone does man have permanent existence. That heaven is divided into two kingdoms, one called the celestial kingdom, and the other the spiritual kingdom, may be seen above in its own chapter. The celestial kingdom corresponds in general to the heart and all things of the heart in the whole body, and the spiritual kingdom to the lungs and all things of the lungs in the whole body. Heart and lungs form two kingdoms in man, the heart ruling there through the arteries and veins, and the lungs through the tendinous and motor fibers, both together in every exertion and movement. So in every man in his spiritual world, which is called his spiritual man, there are two kingdoms, one of the will and the other of the understanding. The will ruling through affections for good, the understanding through affections for truth, and of the lungs in the body, the same in the heavens. The celestial kingdom is the voluntary part of heaven, and in it good of love reigns. The spiritual kingdom is the intellectual part of heaven, and in it truth reigns. These are what correspond to the functions of the heart and lungs in man. It is on account of this correspondence that in the word the heart signifies the will and also good of love, and the breath of the lungs signifies the understanding and the truth of faith. For the same reason, affections are ascribed to the heart, although they are neither in it nor from it. The correspondence of the two kingdoms of heaven with the heart and lungs is the general correspondence of heaven with man. There is a less general correspondence with each one of his members, organs, and viscera, and what this is shall also be explained. In the greatest man, which is heaven, those that are in the head excel all others in every good, being in love, peace, innocence, wisdom, intelligence, and consequent joy and happiness. These flow into the head of man and the things belonging to the head and correspond thereto. In the greatest man, or heaven, those that are in the breast are in the good of charity and of faith, and these flow into the breast of man and correspond to it. In the greatest man, or heaven, those that are in the loins and the organs devoted to generation are in marriage love. Those in the feet are in the lowest good of heaven, which is called spiritual natural good. Those in the arms and hands are in the power of truth from good. Those that are in the eyes are in understanding. Those in the ears are in attention and obedience. Those in the nostrils are in perception. Those in the mouth and tongue are in the ability to converse from understanding and perception. Those in the kidneys are in truth-searching, separating, and correcting. Those in the liver, pancreas, and spleen are in various purifications of good and truth, and so with the rest. All these flow into the like things of man and correspond to them. This inflow of heaven is into the functions and uses of the bodily members. The uses, since they are from the spiritual world, take on a form by means of such things as are in the natural world, and thus present themselves in effect. From this is the correspondence. For the same reason, these same members, organs, and viscera have a like significance in the word, for everything there has a meaning in accordance with correspondence. Thus the head signifies intelligence and wisdom, the breast charity, the loins marriage love, the arms and hands power of truth, the feet what is natural, the eyes understanding, the nostrils perception, the ears obedience, the kidneys the scrutiny of truth, and so on. So too in the common speech of man it is said of one who is intelligent and wise that he has a good head, of one who is charitable that he is a bosom friend, of one who has clear perception that he is keen-scented, of one who is intelligent that he is sharp-sighted, of one who is powerful that he is long-handed, of one who exercises his will from love that it is done from the heart, These and many other expressions in the speech of men are from correspondence, for they are from the spiritual world, although man is ignorant of it. That there is such a correspondence of all things of heaven with all things of man has been made clear to me by much experience, by so much that I am as convinced of it as of any evident fact that admits of no doubt. But it is not necessary to describe all this experience here, nor would it be permissible on account of its abundance. It may be seen set forth in the heavenly secrets, where correspondences, representations, the influx of the spiritual world into the natural world, and the interaction between soul and body are treated of. But notwithstanding that all things of man's body correspond to all things of heaven, it is not in respect to his external form that man is an image of heaven, but in respect to his internal form, for man's interiors are what receive heaven, while his exteriors receive the world. So far, therefore, as his interiors receive heaven, man is in respect to them a heaven in least form, after the image of the greatest. But so far as his interiors do not receive heaven, he is not a heaven and an image of the greatest, although his exteriors, which receive the world, may be in a form in accordance with the order of the world, and thus variously beautiful. For the source of outward beauty, which pertains to the body, is in parents and formation in the womb, and it is preserved afterwards by general influx from the world. For this reason, the form of one's natural man differs greatly from the form of his spiritual man. What the form of a man's spirit is I have been shown occasionally, and in some who were beautiful and charming in appearance, the spirit was seen to be so deformed, black and monstrous, that it might be called an image of hell, not of heaven. While in others not beautiful, there was a spirit beautifully formed, pure, and angelic. Moreover, the spirit of man appears after death, such as it has been in the body while it lived therein in the world. But correspondence applies far more widely than to man, for there is a correspondence of the heavens with one another. To the third or inmost heaven, the second or middle heaven corresponds, and to the second or middle heaven, the first or outmost heaven corresponds. And this corresponds to the bodily forms in man called his members, organs, and viscera. Thus, it is the bodily part of man in which heaven finally terminates, and upon which it stands as upon its base. But this arcanum will be more fully unfolded elsewhere. Especially it must be understood that all correspondence with heaven is with the Lord's divine human, because heaven is from him, and he is heaven, as has been shown in previous chapters. For if the divine human did not flow into all things of heaven, and in accordance with correspondences into all things of the world, no angel or man could exist. From this again, it is evident why the Lord became man and clothed his divine from first to last with a human. It was because the divine human, from which heaven existed before the Lord's coming, was no longer sufficient to sustain all things, for the reason that man, who is the foundation of the heavens, had subverted and destroyed order. What the divine human was before the Lord's coming, and what the condition of heaven was at that time, may be seen in the extracts appended to the preceding chapter. Angels are amazed when they hear that there are men who attribute all things to nature and nothing to the divine, and who also believe that their body, into which so many wonders of heaven are gathered, is a product of nature. Still more are they amazed that the rational part of man is believed to be from nature, when, if men will but lift their minds a little, they can see that such effects are not from nature, but from the divine, and that nature has been created simply for clothing the spiritual, and for presenting it in a correspondent form in the outmost of order. Such men they liken to owls, which see in darkness, but in light see nothing. Chapter 13. Celestial forms of written expression. What corresponds? The next step is to show that all things of the earth, and in general all things of the universe, are correspondences. All things of the earth are distinguished into three kinds, called kingdoms, namely the animal kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, and the mineral kingdom. The things of the animal kingdom are correspondences in the first degree because they live. The things of the vegetable kingdom are correspondences in the second degree, because they merely grow. The things of the mineral kingdom are correspondences in the third degree, because they neither live nor grow. Correspondences in the animal kingdom are living creatures of various kinds, both those that walk and creep on the ground, and those that fly in the air. These need not be specially named, as they are well known. Correspondences in the vegetable kingdom are all things that grow and abound in gardens, forests, fields, and meadows. These too need not be named because they are well known. Correspondences in the mineral kingdom are metals more and less noble, stones precious and not precious, earths of various kinds, and also the waters besides these, the things prepared from them by human activity for use. Are correspondences as foods of every kind, clothing dwellings, and other buildings with many other things, also the things above the earth, as the sun, moon, and stars, and those in the atmosphere, as clouds, mists, rain, lightning, and thunder are likewise correspondences. Things resulting from the presence and absence of the sun, as light and shade, heat and cold, are also correspondences, as well as those that follow in succession. Therefrom, as the seasons of the year, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and the times of day, morning, noon, evening, and night. In a word, all things that have existence in nature, from the least to the greatest thereof, are correspondences. They are correspondences because the natural world, with all things in it, springs forth and subsists from the spiritual world, and both worlds from the divine. They are said to subsist also because everything subsists from that from which it springs forth, subsistence being a permanent springing forth. Also because nothing can subsist from itself, but only from that which is prior to itself, thus from a first, and if separated from that, it would utterly perish and vanish. Everything in nature that springs forth and subsists in accordance with divine order is a correspondence. Divine order is caused by the divine good that flows forth from the Lord. It begins in Him, goes forth from Him through the heavens in succession into the world, and is terminated there in outmosts, and everything there that is in accordance with order is a correspondence. Everything there is in accordance with order that is good and perfect for use, because everything good is good in the measure of its use, while its form has relation to truth. Truth being the form of good, and for this reason, everything in the whole world and of the nature thereof that is in divine order has reference to good and truth, that all things in the world spring from the divine, and are clothed with such things in nature as enable them to exist there and perform use, and thus to correspond, is clearly evident from the various things seen in both the animal and vegetable kingdoms. In both there are things that anyone who thinks interiorly can see to be from heaven. For illustration, a few things out of a countless number may be mentioned, and first some things from the animal kingdom. Many are aware what knowledge there is engrafted, as it were, in every animal. Bees know how to gather honey from flowers, to build cells out of wax in which to store their honey, and thus provide food for themselves and their families, even for a coming winter, that a new generation may be born. Their queen lays eggs, and the rest take care of them and cover them. They live under a sort of government which all know by instinct. They preserve the working bees and cast out the drones, depriving them of their wings, besides other wonderful things implanted in them from heaven for the sake of their use. Their wax everywhere serves the human race for candles, their honey for adding sweetness to food. Again, what wonders do we see in worms? The meanest creatures in the animal kingdom, they know how to get food from the juice of the leaves suited to them, and afterward, at the appointed time, to invest themselves with a covering and enter, as it were, into a womb, and thus hatch offspring of their own kind. Some are first turned into nymphs and chrysalides, spinning threads about themselves, and this travail being over, they come forth clad with a different body, furnished with wings with which they fly in the air as in their heaven, and celebrate marriages and lay eggs and provide posterity for themselves. Besides these special instances, all creatures in general that fly in the air know the proper food for their nourishment, not only what it is, but where to find it. They know how to build nests for themselves, one kind in one way, and another kind in another way, how to lay their eggs in the nests, how to sit upon them, how to hatch their young and feed them, and to turn them out of their home when they are able to shift for themselves. They know, too, their enemies that they must avoid and their friends with whom they may associate. And this from early infancy, not to mention the wonders in the eggs themselves, in which all things lie ready in their order for the formation and nourishment of the chicks. Besides numberless other things, who that thinks from any wisdom of reason will ever say that these instincts are from any other source than the spiritual world, which the natural serves in clothing what is from it with a body, or in presenting in effect what is spiritual in the cause? The beasts of the earth and the birds of the air are born into all this knowledge, while man, who is far superior to them, is not, for the reason that animals are in the order of their life, and have not been able to destroy what is in them from the spiritual world because they have no rational faculty. Man, on the other hand, whose thought is from the spiritual world, having perverted what is in him from that world by a life contrary to order, which his rational faculty has favored, must needs be born into mere ignorance, and afterwards be led back by divine means into the order of heaven. How the things in the vegetable kingdom correspond can be seen from many instances, as that little seeds grow into trees, put forth leaves, produce flowers, and then fruit in which again they deposit seed, these things taking place in succession and existing together in an order so wonderful as to be indescribable in a few words. Volumes might be filled, and yet there would be still deeper arcana relating more closely to their uses which science would be unable to exhaust. Since these things too are from the spiritual world, that is, from heaven, which is in the human form, so all the particulars in this kingdom have a certain relation to such things as are in man, as some in the learned world know. All things in this kingdom also are correspondences, has been made clear to me by much experience. Often when I have been in gardens and have been looking at the trees, fruits, flowers, and plants there, I have recognized their correspondences in heaven and have spoken with those with whom these were, and have been taught whence and what they were. But at the present day, no one can know the spiritual things in heaven to which the natural things in the world correspond, except from heaven, since the knowledge of correspondences is now wholly lost. But the nature of the correspondence of spiritual things with natural I shall be glad to illustrate by some examples. The animals of the earth correspond in general to affection, mild and useful animals to good affections, fierce and useless ones to evil affections. In particular, cattle and their young correspond to the affections of the natural mind, sheep and lambs to the affections of the spiritual mind, while birds correspond, according to their species, to the intellectual things of the natural or the spiritual mind. For this reason, various animals, as cattle and their young, rams, sheep, he-goats and she-goats, he-lambs and she-lambs, also pigeons and turtle-doves, were devoted to a sacred use in the Israelitish church, which was a representative church, and sacrifices and burnt offerings were made of them. For they correspond in that use to spiritual things, and in heaven these were understood in accordance with the correspondences. Moreover, animals, according to their kinds and species, because they have life, are affections, and the life of each one is solely from affection and in accordance with affection. Consequently, every animal has an innate knowledge that is in accord with its life's affection. Man is like an animal so far as his natural man is concerned, and is therefore likened to animals in common speech. For example, if he is gentle, he is called a sheep or lamb; if fierce, a bear or wolf; if cunning, a fox or serpent, and so on. There is a like correspondence with things in the vegetable kingdom. In general, a garden corresponds to the intelligence and wisdom of heaven, and for this reason, heaven is called the garden of God and paradise, and by men the heavenly paradise. Trees, according to their species, correspond to the perceptions and knowledges of good and truth, which are the source of intelligence and wisdom. For this reason, the ancient people who were acquainted with correspondences held their sacred worship in groves. And for the same reason, trees are so often mentioned in the Word, and heaven, the church, and man are compared to them, as the vine, the olive, the cedar, and others, and the good works done by men are compared to fruits. Also the food derived from trees, and more especially from the grain harvests of the field, corresponds to affections for good and truth, because these affections feed the spiritual life. As the food of the earth does the natural life, and bread from grain, in a general sense, because it is the food that specially sustains life, and because it stands for all food, corresponds to an affection for all good. It is on account of this correspondence that the Lord calls himself the bread of life, and that loaves of bread had a holy use in the Israelitish church, being placed on the table in the tabernacle, and called the bread of faces. Also the divine worship that was performed by sacrifices and burnt offerings was called bread. Moreover, because of this correspondence, the most holy act of worship in the Christian church is the Holy Supper, in which bread is given and wine. From these few examples, the nature of correspondence can be seen. How conjunction of heaven with the world is effected by means of correspondences shall also be told in a few words. The Lord's kingdom is a kingdom of ends, which are uses, or what is the same thing, a kingdom of uses which are ends. For this reason the universe has been so created and formed by the divine that uses may be everywhere clothed in such a way as to be presented in act, or in effect. First in heaven and afterwards in the world, thus by degrees and successively down to the outmost things of nature. Evidently, then, the correspondence of natural things with spiritual things, or of the world with heaven, is through uses, and uses are what conjoin, and the form in which uses are clothed are correspondences and are what conjoin. In the nature of the world, in its threefold kingdom, all things that exist in accordance with order are forms of uses, or effects formed from use for use, and this is why the things in nature are correspondences. In the case of man, so far as he is in accordance with divine order, that is, so far as he is in love to the Lord and in charity towards the neighbor, are his acts useful? In form and correspondences, and through these he is conjoined to heaven. To love the Lord and the neighbor means, in general, to perform uses. Furthermore, it must be understood that man is the means by which the natural world and the spiritual world are conjoined. That is, man is the medium of conjunction, because in him there is a natural world, and there is a spiritual world. Consequently, to the extent that man is spiritual, he is the medium of conjunction. But to the extent that a man is natural and not spiritual, he is not a medium of conjunction. Nevertheless, apart from this mediumship of man, a divine influx into the world and into the things pertaining to man that are of the world goes on, but not into man's rational faculty. As all things that are in accord with divine order correspond to heaven, so all things contrary to divine order correspond to hell. All things that correspond to heaven have relation to good and truth, but those that correspond to hell have relation to evil and falsity. Something shall now be said about the knowledge of correspondences and its use. It has been said above that the spiritual world, which is heaven, is conjoined with the natural world by means of correspondences. Therefore, by means of correspondence, this communication with heaven is granted to man. For the angels of heaven do not think from natural things, as man does, but when man has acquired a knowledge of correspondences, he is able, in respect to the thoughts of his mind, to be associated with the angels, and thus, in respect to his spiritual or internal man, to be conjoined with them. That there might be such a conjunction of heaven with man, the word was written wholly by correspondences, each thing and all things in it being correspondent. If man therefore had a knowledge of correspondences, he would understand the spiritual sense of the word, and from that it would be given him to know arcana of which he sees nothing in the sense of the letter. For there is a literal sense, and there is a spiritual sense in the word. The literal sense made up of such things as are in the world, and the spiritual sense of such things as are in heaven. And such a word, in which everything down to the least jot is a correspondence, was given to men, because the conjunction of heaven with the world is effected by means of correspondences. I have been taught from heaven that the most ancient men on our earth, who were celestial men, thought from correspondences themselves the natural things of the world before their eyes serving them as means of thinking in this way, and that they could be in fellowship with angels and talk with them because they so thought, and that thus through them heaven was conjoined to the world. For this reason, that period was called the Golden Age, of which it is said by ancient writers that the inhabitants of heaven dwelt with men, and associated with men as friends with friends. But after this, there followed a period when men thought, not from correspondences themselves, but from a knowledge of correspondences. And there was then also a conjunction of heaven with man, but less intimate. This period was called the Silver Age. After this, there followed men who had a knowledge of correspondences, but did not think from that knowledge, because they were in natural good, and not like those before them in spiritual good. This period was called the Copper Age. After this, man gradually became external and finally corporeal, and then the knowledge of correspondences was wholly lost, and with it, a knowledge of heaven and of the many things pertaining to heaven. It was from correspondence that these ages were named from gold, silver, and copper, and for the reason that from correspondence, gold signifies celestial good, in which were the most ancient, and copper natural good, in which were the next posterity, while iron, from which the last age takes its name, signifies hard truth apart from good. Chapter 14. The profound wisdom of angels. In heaven, neither the sun of the world is seen, because it is wholly natural. For nature has its beginning from that sun, and whatever is produced by means of it is called natural. But the spiritual, to which heaven belongs, is above nature and wholly distinct from what is natural, and there is no communication between the two except by correspondences. What the distinction between them is may be understood from what has been already said about degrees, and what the communication is from what has been said in the 2 preceding chapters about correspondences. Although the sun of the world is not seen in heaven, nor anything from that sun, there is nevertheless a sun there, and light and heat, and all things that are in the world with innumerable others, but not from a like origin, since the things in heaven are spiritual, and those in the world are natural. The sun of heaven is the Lord. The light there is the divine truth, and the heat the divine good that go forth from the Lord as a sun. From this origin are all things that spring forth and are seen in the heavens. This light and heat and things existing therefrom in heaven will be treated of in the following chapters. In this chapter we will speak only of the sun there. In heaven the Lord is seen as a sun, for the reason that he is divine love, from which all spiritual things, and by means of the Son of the world, all natural things, have their existence. That love is what shines as a sun. That the Lord is actually seen in heaven as a sun, I have not only been told by angels, but it has occasionally been granted me to see it, and therefore what I have heard and seen respecting the Lord as a sun, I shall be glad to tell in a few words. The Lord is seen as a sun, not in heaven, but high above the heavens, and not directly overhead or in the zenith, but before the faces of the angels at a middle height. He is seen at a considerable distance in 2 places, one before the right eye and the other before the left eye. Before the right eye he is seen exactly like a sun, as it were, with a glow and size like that of the sun of the world. But before the left eye he is not seen as a sun, but as a moon, glowing white like the moon of our earth, and of like size, but more brilliant, and surrounded with many little moons, as it were, each of them of similar whiteness and splendor. The Lord is seen so differently in 2 places, because every person sees the Lord in accordance with the quality of his reception of the Lord. Thus, he is seen in one way by those that receive him with the good of love, and in another by those that receive him with the good of faith. Those that receive him with the good of love see him as a sun, fiery and flaming, in accordance with their reception of him. These are in his celestial kingdom, while those that receive him with the good of faith see him as a moon, white and brilliant, in accordance with their reception of him, and these are in his spiritual kingdom. This is so because good of love corresponds to fire. Therefore, in the spiritual sense, fire is love, and the good of faith corresponds to light, and in the spiritual sense, light is faith. And the Lord appears before the eyes because the interiors, which belong to the mind, see through the eyes, from good of love through the right eye, and from good of faith through the left eye. For with angels and also with men, all things at the right correspond to good from which truth is derived, and all at the left to truth that is from good. Good of faith is in its essence truth from good. This is why, in the word, the Lord in respect to love is likened to the sun, and in respect to faith to the moon. Also that the sun signifies love from the Lord to the Lord, and the moon signifies faith from the Lord in the Lord, as in the following passages. The light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be 7-fold, as the light of 7 days. And when I shall extinguish thee, I will cover the heavens, and make the stars thereof dark. I will cover the sun with a cloud, and the moon shall not make her light to shine. All luminaries of light in the heavens will I make dark over thee, and I will set darkness upon thy land. I will darken the sun in his going forth, and the moon shall not make her light to shine. The sun and the moon shall be darkened, and the stars shall withdraw their shining. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood. The sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood, and the stars fell unto the earth. Immediately after the affliction of those days, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and elsewhere. In these passages, the sun signifies love, and the moon faith, and the stars knowledges of good and truth. These are said to be darkened, to lose their light, and to fall from heaven when they are no more. That the Lord is seen as a sun in heaven is evident also from his appearance, when transfigured before Peter, James, and John, that his face did shine as the sun. These disciples thus saw the Lord when they were withdrawn from the body, and were in the light of heaven. It was because of this correspondence that the ancient people, with whom was a representative church, turned the face to the sun in the east when they were in divine worship, and for the same reason they gave to their temples an eastern aspect. How great the divine love is, and what it is can be seen by comparison with the sun of the world, that it is most ardent, if you will believe it, much more ardent than that sun. For this reason the Lord as a sun does not flow without mediums into the heavens, but the ardor of his love is gradually tempered on the way. These temperings appear as radiant belts about the sun. Furthermore, the angels are veiled with a thin, adapting cloud to prevent their being harmed by the influx. For this reason, the heavens are more or less near in accordance with reception. As the higher heavens are in good of love, they are nearest to the Lord as the sun. And as the lower heavens are in good of faith, they are farther away from him. But those that are in no good, like those in hell, are farthest away, at different distances in accordance with their opposition to good. When, however, the Lord appears in heaven, which often occurs, he does not appear encompassed with a sun, but in the form of an angel, yet distinguished from angels by the divine shining through from his face, since he is not there in person. For in person the Lord is constantly encompassed by the sun, but he is present by look. For it is a common occurrence in heaven for persons to appear to be present in a place where their look is fixed, or is terminated, even when this place is far away from where they really are. This presence is called the presence of internal sight, which will be treated of further on. I have also seen the Lord out of the sun in an angelic form, at a height a little below the sun, also nearby in a like form with shining face, and once in the midst of angels as a flame-like radiance. To the angels, the sun of the world appears like a dense darkness opposite to the sun of heaven, and the moon like a darkness opposite to the moon of heaven, and this constantly. And for the reason that the world's fieriness corresponds to the love of self, and the light from it corresponds to what is false from that love. And the love of self is the direct opposite of the divine love, and what is false from that love is the direct opposite of the divine truth. And the opposite of the divine love and the divine truth is to the angels thick darkness. Therefore, in the word, to worship the sun and moon of this world, and bow down to them signifies to love self, and the falsities that spring from the love of self, and it is said that such would be cut off. As it is from the divine love that is in and from him that the Lord appears in heaven like a sun, so all in the heavens are turned constantly to him, those in the celestial kingdom to him as a sun, and those in the spiritual kingdom to him as a moon. But those that are in hell turn themselves to an opposite darkness and dense darkness. That is, they turn backwards away from the Lord, for the reason that all in the hells are in love of self and the world, thus antagonistic to the Lord. Those who turn themselves to the dense darkness that is in the place where this world's sun is are in the hells behind, and are called genii, while those that turn themselves to the darkness that is in the place of the moon are in the hells more in front, and are called spirits. This is why those in the hells are said to be in darkness, and those in the heavens in light. Darkness, signifying falsity from evil, and light truth from good. They so turn themselves because all in the other life look towards what rules in their interiors, thus to their loves. And with angels and spirits the interiors determine the face. And in the spiritual world quarters are not fixed as in the natural world, but are determined by the face. In respect to his spirit, man turns himself in like manner as a spirit does, backwards from the Lord, if he is in love of self, and towards the Lord if he is in love to the Lord and the neighbor. But of this man is ignorant, because he is in the natural world where quarters are determined by the rising and setting of the sun. But as this cannot be easily comprehended by men, it will be elucidated hereafter when quarters, space, and time in heaven are treated of. Because the Lord is the Son of heaven, and everything that is from him looks to him, he is also the common center, the source of all direction and determination. So too all things beneath are in his presence and under his auspices, both in the heavens and on the earths. From all this, what has been said and shown in previous chapters about the Lord may now be seen in clearer light, namely, that he is the God of heaven, that it is his divine that makes heaven, that the Lord's divine in heaven is love to him and charity towards the neighbor, that there is a correspondence of all things of the world with heaven, and through heaven, with the Lord. Also that the sun and moon of the world are correspondences. Chapter 15, the innocence pervading heavenly life, that there is light in the heavens, those who think from nature alone cannot comprehend, and yet such is the light in the heavens that it exceeds by many degrees the noonday light of the world. That light I have often seen even during the evening and night. At first I wondered when I heard the angels say that the light of this world is little more than a shadow in comparison with the light of heaven, But having seen it, I can testify that it is so. The brightness and splendor of the light of heaven are such as cannot be described. All things that I have seen in the heavens have been seen in that light, thus more clearly and distinctly than things in this world. The light of heaven is not a natural light like the light of the world, but a spiritual light because it is from the Lord as a sun, and that sun is the divine love. That which goes forth from the Lord as a sun is called in the heavens divine truth, but in its essence it is divine good united to divine truth. From this, the angels have light and heat, light from divine truth and heat from divine good. As the light of heaven and the heat also are from such a source, it is evident that they are spiritual and not natural. The divine truth is light to the angels, because the angels are spiritual and not natural. Spiritual beings see from their sun and natural beings from theirs. From divine truth that angels have understanding, and their understanding is their inner sight, which flows into and produces their outer sight. Therefore in heaven, whatever is seen from the Lord as the sun is seen in light. This being the source of light in heaven, the light is varied there in accordance with the reception of divine truth from the Lord, or, in other words, in accordance with the intelligence and wisdom in which the angels are. Thus, differently in the celestial kingdom and in the spiritual kingdom, and differently in each society. In the celestial kingdom, the light appears flaming because the angels there receive light from the Lord as a sun. But in the spiritual kingdom, the light is shining white, because the angels there receive light from the Lord as a moon. So too, the light differs in different societies, and again in each society, those that are at the center are in greater light, and those in the circumference in less light. In a word, the angels have light in the same degree in which they are recipients of divine truth, that is, are in intelligence and wisdom from the Lord, and this is why the angels of heaven are called angels of light. As the Lord in the heavens is divine truth, and the divine truth there is light, so in the Word he is called light. Likewise all truth is from him, as in the following passages. Jesus said, I am the light of the world. He that followeth me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. Jesus said, Yet a little while is the light with you. Walk while ye have the light, lest darkness overtake you. While ye have the light, believe in the light, that ye may be sons of light. I have come a light into the world, that whosoever believeth in me may not abide in darkness. Light has come into the world, but men have loved the darkness rather than the light. John says of the Lord, This is the true light which lighteth every man. The people that sit in darkness have seen a great light, and to them that were sitting in the shadow of death, light is sprung up. I will give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles. I have established thee for a light of the Gentiles, that thou mayest be my salvation unto the end of the earth. The nations of them that are saved shall walk in his light. Send out thy light and thy truth. Let them lead me. In these and other passages the Lord is called light from divine truth, which is from him, and the truth itself is likewise called light. As light in the heavens is from the Lord as a sun, so when he was transfigured before Peter, James, and John, his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And his garments became shining, exceeding white as snow, so as no fuller on earth can whiten them. The Lord's garments had this appearance because they represented divine truth, which is from him in the heavens. Garments also in the word signify truths. Consequently, it is said in David, O Jehovah, Thou coverest thyself with light as with a garment. That light in the heavens is spiritual, and that this light is divine truth may be inferred also from the fact that men as well as angels have spiritual light, and have enlightenment from that light so far as they are in intelligence and wisdom from divine truth. Man's spiritual light is the light of his understanding, and the objects of that light are truths, which he arranges analytically into groups, forms into reason, and from them draws conclusions in series. The natural man does not know that the light from which the understanding sees such things is a real light, for he neither sees it with his eyes nor perceives it by thought, and yet there are many who recognize this light. Those think naturally who take account of the world only and attribute all things to nature, while those think spiritually who take account of heaven and attribute all things to the divine. It has often been granted me to perceive, and also to see that there is a true light that enlightens the mind, wholly distinct from the light that is called natural light. I have been raised up interiorly into that light by degrees, and as I was raised up, my understanding became so enlightened as to enable me to perceive what I did not perceive before, and finally such things as I could not even comprehend by thought from natural light. Sometimes I felt indignant that I could not comprehend these things when they were so clearly and plainly perceived in the light of heaven, because there is a light that belongs to the understanding. The same things are said of it as of the eye, as that it sees and is in light when it perceives and is in obscurity and shade when it does not perceive, and so on. As the light of heaven is divine truth, that light is also divine wisdom and intelligence. Therefore, to be raised up into the light of heaven means the same as to be raised up into intelligence and wisdom and enlightened. For this reason, the angels have light in just the same degree as they have intelligence and wisdom, because the light of heaven is divine wisdom. In that light, the character of everyone is recognized. The interiors of everyone lie open to view in his face just as they are, with not the least thing hidden, and interior angels love to have all things that pertain to them lying open, since they will nothing but good. It is otherwise with those beneath heaven, who do not will what is good, and for that reason fear greatly to be seen in the light of heaven. And wonderful to tell, while those in hell appear to one another as men, in the light of heaven they appear as monsters, with a horrid face and body, the exact form of their own evil. In respect to his spirit man appears, when seen by angels, in a like way, if good, as a man beautiful, if evil, as a monster ugly in accord with his evil. From this it is clear that in the light of heaven all things are made manifest, and for the reason that the light of heaven is divine truth. As divine truth is light in the heavens, so all truths, wherever they are, whether within an angel or outside of him, or whether within the heavens or outside of them, emit light. Nevertheless, truths outside of the heavens do not shine as truths within the heavens do. Truths outside of the heavens shine coldly like something snowy without heat, because they do not draw their essence from good as truths within the heavens do. Therefore that cold light vanishes as soon as the light of heaven falls on it, and if there is evil underneath it, it is turned into darkness. This I have occasionally seen, with many other noteworthy things about the shining of truth, which must be omitted here. Something shall now be said about the heat of heaven. That heat in its essence is love. It goes forth from the Lord as a sun, which is divine love in the Lord, and from the Lord, as has been shown in the preceding chapter. It is evident, therefore, that the heat of heaven, like the light of heaven, is spiritual because from the same source. There are two things that go forth from the Lord as a sun: divine truth and divine good. Divine truth is manifested in the heavens as light and divine good as heat, and yet divine truth and divine good are so united that they are not two, but one. Nevertheless, with angels they are separate, for there are angels that receive more of divine good than of divine truth, and there are those that receive more of divine truth than of divine good. Those who receive more of divine good are in the Lord's celestial kingdom, and those who receive more of divine truth are in his spiritual kingdom. Those that receive both in a like degree are the most perfect angels. The heat of heaven, like the light of heaven, is everywhere different. It is different in the celestial kingdom from what it is in the spiritual kingdom, and it is different in each society therein. It differs both in degree and in quality. It is more intense and more pure in the Lord's celestial kingdom because the angels there receive more of divine good. It is less intense and pure in his spiritual kingdom because the angels there receive more of divine truth. Also, in each society the heat differs in accordance with reception. There is heat in the hells, but it is unclean heat. The heat in heaven is what is meant by holy and heavenly fire, and the heat of hell by profane and infernal fire. Both mean love, heavenly fire meaning love to the Lord and love to the neighbor and every affection of those loves, and infernal fire meaning love of self and love of the world and every lust of those loves. That love is heat from a spiritual source is shown from one's growing warm with love. For in accordance with the strength and nature of his love a man is inflamed and grows warm, and the heat of his love is made manifest when it is opposed. From this also it is customary to speak of being inflamed, growing hot, burning, boiling, being on fire, both in regard to the affections of love of good and the lusts of the love of evil. Love going forth from the Lord as a sun is felt in heaven as heat, because the interiors of the angels are in a state of love from the divine good that is from the Lord, and in consequence their exteriors, which grow warm therefrom, are in a state of heat. For this reason, heat, and love so correspond to each other in heaven that everyone there is in heat, such as his love is, according to what has been said just above. This world's heat does not enter heaven at all, because it is too gross and is natural and not spiritual. But with men it is otherwise, because they are in both the spiritual world and the natural world. As to their spirits, they grow warm in exact accordance with their loves. But as to the body, they grow warm both from the heat of their spirit and from the heat of the world. The former flows into the latter and excites it. The correspondence of the two kinds of heat can be seen from animal life, in that the love of animals, the chief of which is the love of propagating offspring of their kind, bursts forth and becomes active in accordance with the presence and influence of heat from the sun of the world, which is the heat of the spring and the summer seasons. Those who believe that the world's heat flows in and excites these loves are greatly mistaken. For there can be no influx from the natural into the spiritual, but only from the spiritual into the natural. This influx is of divine order, but the other would be contrary to divine order. Angels, like men, have understanding and will. The light of heaven constitutes the life of their understanding, because that light is divine truth and divine wisdom therefrom. And the heat of heaven constitutes the life of their will, because that heat is divine good and divine love therefrom. The veriest life of the angels is from heat, and from light only so far as heat is in it. That life is from heat is shown by the fact that when heat is taken away, life perishes. The same is true of faith without love, or of truth without good, since the truth that is called truth of faith is light, and the good that is called good of love is heat. This is more clearly shown by the heat and light of the world, to which the heat and light of heaven correspond. By the world's heat when conjoined with light, as in spring and summer, all things on the earth are quickened and grow. But by light separate from heat, nothing is quickened or grows, everything lies torpid and dies. They are not conjoined in winter, when heat is absent, though light remains. From this correspondence, heaven is called paradise, since truth is there joined with good, or faith with love, as light is with heat in springtime on the earth. All this makes more clear the truth set forth in its own chapter, that the divine of the Lord in heaven is love to him and charity towards the neighbor. It is said in John, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and God was the Word. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that hath been made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. He was in the world, and the world was made through him. And the Word became flesh, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory." Evidently the Lord is here meant by the Word. For it is said that the Word became flesh, but what is specifically meant by the Word is not known, and shall therefore be explained. Word means the divine truth, which is in the Lord and from the Lord, and this is why it is also called the light, which is the divine truth, as has been already shown in this chapter. That it was by means of divine truth that all things were created and made shall now be explained. In heaven, divine truth has all power, and apart from it there is no power whatever. From the divine truth, angels are called powers, and are powers to the extent that they are recipients or receptacles of it. By means of it they prevail over the hells and over all that opposes them. 1,000 enemies there cannot stand against a single ray of the light of heaven, which is divine truth. As angels are angels by their reception of divine truth, it follows that the entire heaven is from no other source, since heaven consists of angels. That there is such power in divine truth, those cannot believe that have no other idea of truth than that it is thought or speech which has in it no power except as others do it from obedience. But divine truth has power in itself, and such power that by means of it heaven was created and the world with all things therein. That there is such power in divine truth may be shown by two comparisons, by the power of truth and good in man, and by the power of light and heat from the sun in the world, by the power of good and truth in man, in that everything that a man does he does from his understanding and will, from his will by means of good, and from his understanding by means of truth. For all things in the will have relation to good, and all things in the understanding have relation to truth. Therefore it is from good and truth that man moves his whole body, and 1,000 things therein rush with one accord to do their will and pleasure. This makes clear that the whole body is formed for subservience to good and truth, consequently, is formed by good and truth. By the power of heat and light from the sun in the world, in that all things that grow in the world, as trees, cereals, flowers, grasses, fruits, and seeds come into existence wholly by means of the heat and light of the sun, which shows what power of producing there is in them. What, then, must be the power in divine light, which is divine truth, and in divine heat, which is divine good? Because heaven has its existence from these, so does the world have its existence therefrom, since the world has its existence by means of heaven, as has been already shown. From this the meaning of these words can be seen, that all things were made through the Word, and without the Word was not anything made that has been made, also that the world was made through him, that is, through divine truth from the Lord. For the same reason, in the book of creation, light is first spoken of, and then the things that are from light. For this reason also all things in the universe, both in heaven and in the world, have relation to good and truth and to their conjunction in order to be anything. It must be understood that the divine good and the divine truth that are from the Lord as a sun in the heavens are not in the Lord, but are from the Lord. In the Lord there is only divine love, which is the being from which the divine good and the divine truth spring. Outgo from being is meant by going forth. This too can be made clear by comparison with the world's sun. The heat and light that are in the world are not in the sun, but are from the sun. In the sun there is fire only, and it is from this that heat and light spring and go forth. Since the Lord as a sun is divine love, and divine love is divine good itself, the divine that goes forth from the Lord, which is his divine in heaven, is called, for the sake of distinction, divine truth. This divine truth is what is called the holy that goes forth from him. Chapter 16. Heaven's unbroken link to humanity. Both in heaven and in the world, there are 4 quarters, east, south, west, and north, determined in each world by its own sun, in heaven by the Son of heaven, which is the Lord, in the world by the Son of the world, and yet there are great differences between them. In the first place, in the world that is called the south, where the sun is in its greatest altitude above the earth, north where it is in its opposite position beneath the earth, east where it rises at an equinox, and west where it then sets. Thus, in the world it is from the south that all the quarters are determined. But in heaven, that is called the east, where the Lord is seen as a sun. Opposite to this is the west. At the right is the south in heaven, and at the left the north. This in whatever direction the face and the body are turned. Thus in heaven it is from the east that all the quarters are determined. That is called the east where the Lord is seen as a sun, because all origin of life is from him as a sun. Moreover, so far as angels receive heat and light, or love and intelligence from the Lord, he is said to arise upon them. For the same reason, the Lord is called the East in the Word. Another difference is that, to the angels, the east is always before the face, the west behind, the south to the right, and the north to the left. But since this cannot be easily comprehended in the world, for the reason that men turn the face to every quarter, it shall be explained. The entire heaven turns itself to the Lord as to its common center, to which all look. Also on the earth, as is well known, there is a directing of all things towards a common center. But there is this difference between this directing in the world and that in heaven, that in heaven the front parts are turned to the common center, but in the world the lower parts of the body. In the world this directing is called centripetal force, also gravitation. Interiors of angels are actually turned forwards, and since interiors manifest themselves in the face, it is the face that determines the quarters. It is still more difficult to comprehend in the world that in every turning of their face and body the angels have the east before their face, since man, according as he turns, has every quarter before his face. This shall also be explained. Although angels, like men, turn and direct their faces and bodies in every direction, they nevertheless have the east always before their eyes. But the turnings of angels are unlike the turnings of men, because they are from a different origin. They appear alike, but they are not. The origin of these turnings is their ruling love, and from this all directions with angels and spirits are determined. For as just said, their interiors are actually turned towards their common center, which in heaven is the Lord as a sun. Consequently, their ruling love is always before their face, because their love is always before their interiors, and the face has existence from the interiors, for it is their outward form. And in the heavens this love is the Lord as a sun, because it is from him that they have their love. And as the Lord himself is in angels in his love, it is the Lord who causes them to look to him whithersoever they turn. This cannot be explained any farther now, but it will be made clearer to the understanding in subsequent chapters, especially where representations, appearances, time, and space in heaven are treated of. That the angels have the Lord constantly before their faces, it has been granted me to know, and also to perceive from much experience. For whenever I have been in company with angels, I have noticed the Lord's presence before my face, not actually seen, and yet perceptible in a light, and angels have often testified that this is so. As the Lord is constantly before the faces of the angels, so it is said in the world of those who believe in the Lord and love Him, that they have God before their eyes and their face, and that they look to God and see God. These expressions have their origin in the spiritual world, from which are many things in human speech, although their source is unknown to men. This turning to the Lord is among the wonderful things in heaven. There may be many together in one place, some turning the face and body one way and some another, and yet all see the Lord before them, and everyone has the south at his right, the north at his left, and the west behind him. Another wonderful thing is that, although the angels look only to the east, they have also a look towards the other three quarters, but the look to these is from their interior sight, which pertains to their thought. And it is yet another wonderful thing that in heaven no one is ever permitted to stand behind another and look at the back of his head, for this would disturb the influx of good and truth from the Lord. The Lord is seen by the angels, and the angels are seen by the Lord in another way. Angels see the Lord through their eyes, but the Lord sees the angels in the forehead, and this for the reason that the forehead corresponds to love, and it is through love that the Lord flows into their will, while it is through the understanding, to which the eyes correspond, that He causes Himself to be seen. The quarters in the heavens that give form to the Lord's celestial kingdom differ from the quarters in the heavens that give form to His spiritual kingdom, for the reason that He is seen by the angels in His celestial kingdom as a sun, but by the angels in His spiritual kingdom as a moon, and where the Lord is seen is the east. The distance there between the position of the sun and that of the moon is 30 degrees, and there is a like difference in the position of the quarters. That heaven is divided into two kingdoms, called the celestial kingdom and the spiritual kingdom, may be seen in its own chapter, and that the Lord is seen in the celestial kingdom as a sun, and in the spiritual kingdom as a moon. But it does not follow that the quarters of heaven become confused on this account, for neither can the spiritual angels ascend among the celestial angels, nor the celestial descend among the spiritual, as may be seen above. Consequently, He is the Lord, who is in the inmost of heaven and above the heavens, and yet is omnipresent, because nearness to the Lord is not in space, but in love according to degrees of affection. And as the Lord appears before the face of those in the celestial kingdom as a sun, and before the face of those in the spiritual kingdom as a moon, He is seen from heaven in what is His own, as has been said above. The perception of the Lord's presence is in their interiors, and it is from these that their eyes see, and it is by this continuity that they see the Lord outside of themselves. This shows what is meant by the Lord's being in them and they in Him, according to His own words, "Abide in me, and I in you. He that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood abideth in me, and I in him." The Lord's flesh signifies divine good, and His blood divine truth. All in the heavens have their own places of abode in accordance with the quarters. Those who are in the good of love dwell towards the east and west, those who are in clear perception of it towards the east, and those who are in obscure perception of it towards the west. Those who are in wisdom from the good of love dwell towards the south and north, those who are in the clear light of wisdom towards the south, and those who are in obscure light of it towards the north. The angels of the Lord's spiritual kingdom and those of His celestial kingdom dwell in a like order, but differently as their good of love and light of truth from good differ. For in the celestial kingdom the love is love to the Lord, and the light of truth therefrom is wisdom, while in the spiritual kingdom there is love towards the neighbor, which is called charity, and the light of truth therefrom is intelligence, which is also called faith. The quarters differ also in the two kingdoms by 30 degrees, as has been said just above. In like order, the angels in each society in heaven dwell in relation to one another, towards the east, where those who are in greater degree of love and charity are, towards the west, those who are in less degree, towards the south, those who are in greater light of wisdom and intelligence, and towards the north, those who are in less. This arrangement prevails because each society represents heaven and is a heaven in a smaller form. The same arrangement prevails in their assemblies. They are brought into this order by virtue of the form of heaven, from which everyone knows his own place. The Lord also provides that there be in each society those of every kind. For the reason that in form heaven is everywhere like itself, and yet the arrangement of the whole heaven differs from the arrangement of a society as what is general from its parts, since the societies towards the east surpass those towards the west, and those towards the south surpass those towards the north. Because of this, the quarters in the heavens signify such things as pertain to those that dwell in them. The east signifying love and its good clearly perceived, the west the same obscurely perceived, the south wisdom and intelligence in clear light, and the north the same in obscure light. And because of this signification of the quarters in heaven, they have a like signification in the internal or spiritual sense of the word, since the internal or spiritual sense of the word is in entire accord with what is in heaven. The reverse is true of those in the hells. Those who are there do not look to the Lord as a sun nor as a moon, but they look backward away from the Lord to that dense darkness that is in the place of the sun of the world, and to the darkness that is in the place of the earth's moon. Those that are called genii look to that dense darkness that is in the place of the world's sun, and those called spirits look to the darkness that is in the place of the earth's moon. It has been shown above that the world's sun and the earth's moon are not seen in the spiritual world, but in place of that sun, a dense darkness over against the sun of heaven, and in place of that moon, a darkness over against the moon of heaven. For this reason the quarters with those in the hells are opposite to the quarters of heaven. The east to them is where that dense darkness and darkness are, and this also in every turning of their bodies. Nor can they face otherwise, because the whole bent and consequent determination of their interiors tends and strives that way. It has been shown above that the bent and consequent actual determination of the interiors with all in the other life is in accord with their loves, and these loves are what are signified by the world's sun and the earth's moon. And these loves are opposite to love to the Lord and love towards the neighbor. And this is the cause of their turning themselves backwards away from the Lord to this dense darkness. Moreover, those in the hells dwell likewise in accordance with their quarters. Those who are in evil from love of self, dwelling from their east to their west, and those who are in the falsities of evil from their south to their north. But more will be said about this below, where the hells are treated of. It is known that evil spirits have no power whatever against heaven, or the angels in heaven, because the angels are in good and truth from the Lord. And yet sometimes evil spirits are in such frenzy that they believe they have power over all things, so that they believe themselves to be able to destroy the heavens. When they are in this state, they excite against themselves the opposition of heaven, and appear to fight against the Lord himself, but in vain. Sometimes such a frenzy takes hold of them that they do not see like men, but rush blindly upon those they meet. This I have sometimes seen take place, and have also heard about it from spirits who complained of it. Evil spirits are sometimes seen turned towards the quarters of heaven, and they then have intelligence and perception of truth, but no affection for good. But as soon as they turn back to their own quarters, they have no intelligence or perception of truth, and then they declare that the truths they heard and perceived are falsities and not truths, and they wish falsities to be truths. In respect to this turning, I have been told that with the evil the intellectual part of the mind can be so turned, but not the voluntary part, and that this is provided by the Lord to the end that everyone may have the ability to see and acknowledge truths, but that no one can receive truths unless he is in good, since it is good and never evil that receives them. Also that man has a like ability to the end, that he may be made better by means of truths. Nevertheless, he is made better only so far as he is in good. Consequently, a man can, in like manner, be turned to the Lord. But if his life is evil, he immediately turns himself back and confirms in himself the falsities of his evil, which are contrary to the truths he had understood and seen. And this takes place when he thinks in himself from his interior states. Chapter 17. The Word as Heaven's conjoining medium. Changes of state of angels. Their changes in respect to love and faith, and wisdom and intelligence therefrom, are meant thus, their changes in respect to states of life. States are predicated of life and of what belongs to life, and as angelic life is a life of love and faith and of wisdom and intelligence therefrom, states are predicated of these, and are called states of love and faith, and states of wisdom and intelligence. How with angels these states are changed shall now be told. Angels are not constantly in the same state in respect to love, and in consequence in the same state in respect to wisdom, for all their wisdom is from their love, and in accordance with their love. Sometimes they are in a state of intense love, sometimes in a state of love not so intense, by degrees, from its greatest degree to its least. When in their greatest degree of love, they are in the light and warmth of their life, or in a clear and delightful state, but in their least degree, they are in shade and cold, or in an obscure and undelightful state. From this last state, they return again to the first, and so on, these alternations following one after another with variety. There is a sequence of these states like the varied states of light and shade, or of heat and cold, or like morning, noon, evening, and night, day after day in the world with unceasing variety throughout the year. There is also a correspondence. Morning corresponds to the state of their love in its clearness, noon to the state of their wisdom in its clearness, evening to the state of their wisdom in its obscurity, and night to a state of no love or wisdom. But it must be understood that there is no correspondence of night with the states of life of those in heaven, although there is what corresponds to the dawn that precedes morning. What corresponds to night is with those in hell. From this correspondence, day and year signify in the word states of life in general. Heat and light signify love and wisdom, morning the first and highest degree of love, noon wisdom in its light, evening wisdom in its shade, dawn the obscurity that precedes the morning, and night the absence of love and wisdom. Together with the state of the angels' interiors which pertain to their love and wisdom, the states of various things that are outside of them, and that they see with their eyes, are changed. For the things outside of them take on an appearance that is in accord with the things within them. But what things these are, and what kind of things they are, shall be told presently in the chapter on representatives and appearances in heaven. Every angel undergoes and passes through such changes of state, and also every society in general, and yet each one differently, for the reason that they differ in love and wisdom. Those in the middle are in a more perfect state than those round about even to the circumference. But it would be tedious to specify the differences, since the changes each one undergoes are in accord with the quality of his love and faith. From this it happens that while one may be in clearness and delight, another may be in obscurity and lack of delight, and this at the same time within the same society. So too the state differs in different societies. It is different in the societies of the celestial kingdom from what it is in those of the spiritual kingdom. These differences in the changes of state are in general like the variations of the states of days in different climates on the earth, for with some it is morning, when with others it is evening, and with some it is hot, when with others it is cold. I have been taught from heaven why there are such changes of state there. Angels said that there are many reasons. First, the delight of life and of heaven, which they have from love and wisdom from the Lord, would gradually lose its value if they were in it continually, as happens with those that are in allurements and pleasures without variety. A second reason is that angels, as well as men, have what is their own, which is loving self, and all that are in heaven are withheld from what is their own, and so far as they are withheld from it by the Lord are in love and wisdom, but so far as they are not withheld, they are in the love of self. And because everyone loves what is his own, and is drawn by it, they have changes of state, or successive alternations. A third reason is that they are in this way perfected, for they thus become accustomed to being held in love to the Lord, and withheld from love of self. Also that by alternations between delight and lack of delight, the perception and sense of good becomes more exquisite. The angels added that their changes of state are not caused by the Lord, since the Lord as a sun is unceasingly flowing in with heat and light, that is, with love and wisdom. But the cause is in themselves, in that they love what is their own, and this continually leads them away. This was illustrated by comparison with the sun of the world, that the cause of the changes of state of heat and cold, and of light and shade, year by year and day by day, is not in that sun, since it stands unchanged, but the cause is in the earth. I have been shown how the Lord as a sun appears to the angels of the celestial kingdom in their first state, in their second state, and in their third state. I saw the Lord as a sun, at first glowing and brilliant with a splendor that cannot be described, and I was told that such is the appearance of the Lord as a sun to the angels in their first state. Afterwards there appeared a great obscure belt about the sun, and by this its first glow and brilliancy, which gave it such splendor, began to be dulled, and I was told that such is the appearance of the sun to them in their second state. Then the belt seemed by degrees to grow darker, and the sun to appear less glowing, and this by degrees until at length it took on a shining whiteness. And I was told that such is the appearance of the sun to them in their third state. After this, that shining whiteness was seen to move to the left towards the moon of heaven, and to add itself to her light. And in consequence, the moon shone forth with unwonted splendor. And I was told that such is the fourth state of those in the celestial kingdom, and the first state of those in the spiritual kingdom, and that in both kingdoms, changes of state have such alternations, yet not in the whole kingdom at once, but in one society after another. Furthermore, I was told that these alternations are not fixed, but come upon them sooner or later without their knowledge. And it was added that the sun in itself is not thus changed or moved, but it takes on this appearance in accord with their successive progressions of state, since the Lord appears to everyone in accord with what his state is, thus glowing when one is in intense love and less glowing, and finally shining white as his love subsides, and the quality of each one's state was represented by the obscure belt that induced upon the sun these apparent variations in its glow and light. When angels are in the last of these states, which is when they are in what is their own, they begin to be sad. I have talked with them when they were in that state, and have seen their sadness, but they said that they hope to return soon to their former state, and thus into heaven again, as it were, for to them it is heaven to be withheld from what is their own. Chapter 18, The Human Origin of Heaven and Hell. Although there is a succession and a progression of all things in heaven as in the world, yet angels have no notion or idea of time and space, and this so completely that they do not even know at all what time and space are. Time in heaven will here be considered, and space in its own chapter. Angels do not know what time is, although with them there is a successive progression of all things as there is in the world, and this so completely that there is no difference whatever. And the reason is that in heaven, instead of years and days, there are changes of state. And where there are years and days, there are times, but where there are changes of state, there are states. In the world there are times because the sun of the world seemingly advances in succession from one degree to another, producing times that are called seasons of the year, and besides it revolves about the earth producing times that are called times of day, both of these by fixed alternations. With the sun of heaven, it is different. This does not mark years and days by successive progressions and revolutions, but in its appearance it marks changes of state, and this, as has been shown in the preceding chapter, is not done by fixed alternations. Consequently, no idea of time is possible to angels, but in its place they have an idea of state. As angels have no idea derived from time such as men in the world have, so neither do they have any idea about time and what pertains to it. They do not even know what is meant by the terms of time such as year, month, week, day, hour, today, tomorrow, yesterday. When angels hear these terms used by man, in place of them they perceive state and what pertains to states. The natural thought of man is turned into spiritual thought with angels. This is why times in the word signify states, and the terms of time, as enumerated above, signify corresponding spiritual things. The like is true of all things that exist from time, as the 4 seasons of the year called spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 periods of the day, morning, noon, evening, and night, and the 4 ages of man, infancy, youth, manhood, and old age, and all other things that either exist from time or have a succession in accordance with time. In thinking of these, a man thinks from time, but an angel from state. And in consequence, what there is in them from time with man is with the angels turned into an idea of state. Spring and morning are turned into an idea of the state of love and wisdom, such as they are in angels in their first state. Summer and noon are turned into an idea of love and wisdom, such as they are in the second state. Autumn and evening, such as they are in the third state. Night and winter, into an idea of such a state as exists in hell. This is why such things have a like significance in the word. This makes clear how natural things in the thought of man become spiritual with the angels who are with man. As angels have no notion of time, so they have an idea of eternity different from that which men on the earth have. Eternity means to the angels infinite state, not infinite time. I was once thinking about eternity and was able, with the idea of time, to perceive what to eternity means, namely without end, but not what from eternity means, thus not what God did from eternity before creation. When anxiety on this account arose in my mind, I was raised up into the sphere of heaven, and thus into the perception that angels have in respect to eternity. And it was then made clear to me that eternity must be thought of not from time but from state, and then the meaning of from eternity can be seen. This then happened to me. When angels speak with men, they never express themselves in natural ideas proper to man, all of which are from time, space, matter, and things analogous thereto, but in spiritual ideas, all of which are from states, and their various changes within the angels and outside of them. Nevertheless, when these angelic ideas, which are spiritual, flow into men, they are turned in a moment and of themselves into natural ideas proper to man, that correspond perfectly to the spiritual ideas. Neither angels nor men know that this takes place, but such is all influx of heaven into man. Certain angels were permitted to enter more nearly into my thoughts, even into the natural thoughts in which there were many things from time and space. But as they then understood nothing, they suddenly withdrew. After they had withdrawn, I heard them talking and saying that they had been in darkness. It has been granted me to know, by experience, how ignorant the angels are about time. There was a certain one from heaven who was able to enter into natural ideas, such as man has. After he had done this, I talked with him as man with man. At first he did not know what it was that I called time, and I was therefore obliged to tell him all about it. How the sun appears to be carried about our earth, and to produce years and days, and how years are thereby divided into 4 seasons, and also into months and weeks, and days into 24 hours, and how these times recur by fixed alternations, and how this is the source of times. On hearing this he was surprised, saying that he knew nothing about such things, but only what states are. In speaking with him I added that it is known in the world, for men speak as if they knew that there is no time in heaven, saying of those who die that they leave the things of time, and that they pass out of time, meaning by this out of the world. I said also that some know that times in their origin are states, for they know that times are in exact accord with the states of their affections, short to those who are in pleasant and joyous states, long to those who are in unpleasant and sorrowful states, and various in a state of hope and expectation, and this therefore leads learned men to inquire what time and space are, and some know that time belongs to the natural man. The natural man might think that he would be deprived of all thought if the ideas of time, space, and material things were taken away, for upon these all the thought of man rests. But let him know that so far as thoughts partake of time, space, and matter, they are limited and confined, but are unlimited and extended so far as they do not partake of these, since the mind is in that measure raised above bodily and worldly things. This is the source of wisdom to the angels, and such wisdom as is called incomprehensible, because it does not fall into ideas that are wholly made up of what is material. Chapter 19. Salvation of non-Christian peoples. The man who thinks from natural light alone is unable to comprehend that there is anything in heaven like what is in the world, and for the reason that from natural light he has previously thought and established himself in the idea that angels are nothing but minds, and that minds are like ethereal breaths, having no senses like those of men, thus no eyes, and if no eyes, no objects of sight. And yet the angels have every sense that a man has, and far more exquisite senses, and the light by which angels see is far brighter than the light by which man sees. That angels are men in the most complete form, and enjoy every sense may be seen above, and that the light in heaven is far brighter than the light by which man sees may be seen above. That the things seen in the heavens correspond to the interiors of angels and are their outward manifestations, since they are objective forms representative of things interior, may be seen above. For the most part they are like things on earth, but in form far more perfect, and in number more abundant. That such things exist in the heavens is evident from things seen by the prophets, as by Ezekiel in relation to the new temple and the new earth, by Daniel, by John, and by others as described both in the historic and the prophetic parts of the Word. These things were seen by them when heaven was opened to them, and heaven is said to be opened when the interior sight, which is the sight of man's spirit, is opened. For what is in the heavens cannot be seen by the eyes of a man's body, but are seen by the eyes of his spirit, and when it seems good to the Lord, these are opened. And man is then withdrawn from the natural light that he is in from the bodily senses, and is raised up into spiritual light, which he is in from his spirit. In that light the things in heaven have been seen by me, but although the things seen in heaven are in large part like those on the earth, in essence they are unlike them. For the things in heaven come forth from the Son of heaven, and those on the earth from the Son of the world. The things that come forth from the Son of Heaven are called spiritual. Those that come forth from the Son of the world are called natural. The things that come forth in heaven do not come forth in the same manner as those on the earth. All things in heaven come forth from the Lord in correspondence with the interiors of the angels. For angels have both interiors and exteriors. All things in their interiors have relation to love and faith, thus to the will and understanding, since the will and understanding are their receptacles. While their exteriors correspond to their interiors, that exterior things correspond to interior things may be seen above, illustrated by what has been said above about the heat and light of heaven, that angels have heat in accordance with the quality of their love, and light in accordance with the quality of their wisdom. The like is true of all other things that present themselves to the senses of angels. When I have been permitted to be in company with angels, the things there appeared precisely the same as those in the world, and so plainly that I would not have known that I was not in the world and in a king's palace. I also talked with the angels as man with man. As all things that correspond to interiors also represent them, they are called representatives, and as they differ in each case in accordance with the state of the interiors, they are called appearances. Nevertheless, the things that appear before the eyes of angels in heaven and are perceived by their senses appear to their eyes and senses as fully living as things on earth appear to man, and even much more clearly, distinctly, and perceptibly. Appearances from this source in heaven are called real appearances because they have real existence. There are appearances also that are not real, which are things that become visible but do not correspond to interiors. These will be treated of further on. To show what the things are that appear to the angels in accordance with correspondences, I will here mention one only for the sake of illustration. By those who are intelligent, gardens and parks full of trees and flowers of every kind are seen. The trees are planted in a most beautiful order, combined to form arbors with arched approaches and encircling walks, all more beautiful than words can describe. There, the intelligent walk, gather flowers, and weave garlands with which they adorn little children. Moreover, there are kinds of trees and flowers there that are never seen and cannot exist on earth. The trees bear fruit that are in accordance with the good of love in which the intelligent are. These things are seen by them because a garden or park and fruit trees and flowers correspond to intelligence and wisdom. That there are such things in heaven is known also on the earth, but only to those who are in good, and who have not extinguished in themselves the light of heaven by means of natural sciences and the falsities therefrom. For when such speak of heaven, they say that there are such things as the eye has never seen. Chapter 20. The state and growth of children in heaven. Since angels are men and live among themselves as men do on the earth, they have also garments and dwellings and other such things, with the difference, however, that as they are in a more perfect state, all things with them are in greater perfection. For as angelic wisdom surpasses human wisdom to such a degree as to be called ineffable, so is it with all things that are perceived and seen by angels, inasmuch as all things perceived and seen by them correspond to their wisdom. The garments with which angels are clothed, like all other things with them, correspond, and because they correspond, they have real existence. Their garments correspond to their intelligence. Therefore, all in the heavens appear clothed in accordance with their intelligence. And as one is more intelligent than another, so the garments of one surpass those of another. The most intelligent have garments that blaze as if with flame. Others have garments that glisten as if with light. The less intelligent have garments that are glistening white without the effulgence, and the still less intelligent have garments of various colors. But the angels of the inmost heaven are not clothed. As the garments of angels correspond to their intelligence, they correspond also to truth, since all intelligence is from divine truth, and therefore it is the same thing whether you say that angels are clothed in accordance with intelligence or in accordance with divine truth. The garments of some blaze as if with flame, and those of others glisten as if with light, because flame corresponds to good, and light corresponds to truth from good. Some have garments that are glistening white and white without the effulgence, and others garments of various colors, because with the less intelligent, the divine good and truth are less effulgent, and are also received in various ways, glistening white and white, corresponding to truth and colors, to its varieties. Those in the inmost heaven are not clothed, because they are in innocence, and innocence corresponds to nakedness. As in heaven, the angels are clothed with garments, so when seen in the world they have appeared clothed with garments, as those seen by the prophets, and those seen at the Lord's sepulchre, whose appearance was as lightning, and their garments glistening and white, and those seen in heaven by John, who had garments of fine linen and white, and because intelligence is from divine truth, the garments of the Lord when he was transfigured were radiant and glistening white like the light. As light is divine truth going forth from the Lord, so in the word garments signify truths and intelligence from truths, as in the Apocalypse, those that have not defiled their garments shall walk with me in white, for they are worthy. He that overcometh shall be clothed in white garments. Blessed is he that is awake and keepeth his garments. And of Jerusalem, which means a church that is in truth, it is written in Isaiah, Awake, put on thy strength, O Zion, put on the garments of thy beauty, O Jerusalem. And in Ezekiel, Jerusalem, I girded thee about with fine linen and covered thee with silk. Thy garments were of fine linen and silk, besides many other passages. But he who is not in truths is said not to be clothed with a wedding garment, as in Matthew. When the king came in, he saw a man that had not on a wedding garment, and he said unto him, Friend, how camest thou in hither not having a wedding garment? Wherefore he was cast out into the outer darkness. The house of the wedding feast means heaven, and the church, because of the conjunction of the Lord with heaven and the church by means of his divine truth. And for this reason the Lord is called in the word the bridegroom and husband, and heaven with the church is called the bride and the wife. That the garments of angels do not merely appear as garments, but are real garments is evident from the fact that angels both see them and feel them, that they have many garments, and that they put them off and put them on, that they care for those that are not in use and put them on anew when they come into use again, and that they are clothed with a variety of garments. That there are such things in heaven I have seen 1,000 times. When I asked where they got their garments, they said from the Lord, and that they receive them as gifts, and sometimes they are clothed with them unawares. They said also that their garments are changed in accordance with their changes of state, that in the first and second state their garments are shining and glistening white, in the third and fourth state they are a little less bright, and this likewise from correspondence, because their changes of state have respect to intelligence and wisdom, as everyone in the spiritual world has garments in accordance with his intelligence, that is, in accordance with truths which are the source of intelligence, so those in the hells, because they have no truths, appear clothed in garments, but in ragged, squalid, and filthy garments, each one in accordance with his insanity, and they can be clothed in no others. It is granted them by the Lord to be clothed, lest they be seen naked. Chapter 21. Wisdom and simplicity among heavenly inhabitants. As there are societies in heaven and the angels live as men, they have also places of abode, and these differ in accordance with each one's state of life. They are magnificent for those in higher dignity, and less magnificent for those in lower condition. I have frequently talked with angels about the places of abode in heaven, saying that scarcely anyone will believe at the present day that they have places of abode and dwellings, some because they do not see them, some because they do not know that angels are men, and some because they believe that the angelic heaven is the heaven that they see with their eyes around them, and as this appears empty, and they suppose that angels are ethereal forms, they conclude that they live in ether. Moreover, they do not comprehend how there can be such things in the spiritual world as there are in the natural world, because they know nothing about the spiritual. The angels replied that they are aware that such ignorance prevails at this day in the world, and to their astonishment chiefly within the church, and more with the intelligent than with those whom they call simple. They said also that it might be known from the word that angels are men, since those that have been seen as men, and the Lord, who took all his human with him, appeared in like manner. It might be known also that as angels are men, they have dwellings and places of abode, and do not fly about in air as some think in their ignorance, which the angels call insanity, and that although they are called spirits, they are not winds. This, they said, might be apprehended if men would only think independently of their acquired notions about angels and spirits, as they do when they are not bringing into question and submitting to direct thought whether it is so. For everyone has a general idea that angels are in the human form and have homes which are called the mansions of heaven, which surpass in magnificence earthly dwellings. But this general idea, which flows in from heaven, at once falls to nothing when it is brought under direct scrutiny and inquiry whether it is so, as happens especially with the learned who by their own intelligence have closed up heaven to themselves and the entrance of heavenly light. The like is true of the belief in the life of man after death. When one speaks of it, not thinking at the same time about the soul from the light of worldly learning or from the doctrine of its reunion with the body, he believes that after death he is to live as a man, and among angels if he has lived well, and that he will then see magnificent things and perceive joys. But as soon as he turns his thoughts to the doctrine of reunion with the body, or to his theory about the soul, and the question arises whether the soul be such, and whether this can be true, his former idea is dissipated. But it is better to present the evidence of experience than to continue such reasonings. Whenever I have talked with angels face to face, I have been with them in their abodes. These abodes are precisely like abodes on the earth which we call houses, but more beautiful. In them there are chambers, parlors, and bedrooms in great number. There are also courts, and there are gardens, flower beds, and lawns round about. Where they live together, their houses are near each other, arranged one next to the other in the form of a city, with avenues, streets, and public squares, exactly like cities on the earth. I have been permitted to pass through them, looking about on every side, and sometimes entering the houses. This occurred when my inner sight was opened, and I was fully awake. I have seen palaces in heaven of such magnificence as cannot be described. Above they glittered as if made of pure gold, and below as if made of precious stones, some more splendid than others. It was the same within. Both words and knowledge are inadequate to describe the decorations that adorn the rooms. On the side, looking to the south, there were parks, where too everything shone, in some places the leaves glistening as if made of silver, and fruit as if made of gold, while the flowers in their beds formed rainbows with their colors. Beyond the borders, where the view terminated, were seen other palaces. Such is the architecture of heaven that you would say that art there is in its art, and no wonder, for the art itself is from heaven. The angel said that such things and innumerable others still more perfect are presented before their eyes by the Lord, and yet these things are more pleasing to their minds than to their eyes, because in every one of them they see a correspondence, and through the correspondences what is divine. As to these correspondences, I have also been told that not only the palaces and houses, but all things and each thing, both inside and outside of them, correspond to the interior things which they have from the Lord. The house itself in general corresponding to their good, the particular things inside of a house to the various things of which their good consists, and the things outside to truths derived from good, and also to their perceptions and knowledges. And as these things correspond to the goods and truths they have from the Lord, they correspond to their love, and to their wisdom and intelligence from love, since love belongs to good, wisdom to good and truth together, and intelligence to truth from good. These are what the angels perceive when they behold what is around them, and thus their minds are more delighted and moved by them than their eyes. This makes clear why the Lord called himself the temple at Jerusalem, namely, because the temple represented his divine human nature. Also why the New Jerusalem was seen to be of pure gold, its gates of pearls, and its foundations of precious stones, namely, because the New Jerusalem signifies the church which was afterwards to be established, the 12 gates its truths leading to good, and the foundations the truths on which the church is founded. The angels of whom the Lord's celestial kingdom consists dwell for the most part in elevated places that appear as mountains of soil. The angels of whom the Lord's spiritual kingdom consists dwell in less elevated places that appear like hills, while the angels in the lowest parts of heaven dwell in places that appear like ledges of stone. These things spring from correspondence, for interior things correspond to higher things and exterior things to lower things. And this is why in the word mountains signify celestial love, hills spiritual love, and rocks faith. There are also angels who do not live associated together but apart, house by house. These dwell in the midst of heaven, since they are the best of angels. The houses in which angels dwell are not erected as houses in the world are, but are given to them gratuitously by the Lord to everyone in accordance with his reception of good and truth. They also change a little in accordance with changes of the state of interiors of the angels. Everything whatsoever that the angels possess they hold as received from the Lord, and everything they have need of is given them. Chapter 22. Spiritual application of riches and poverty. All things in heaven appear, just as in the world, to be in place and in space, and yet the angels have no notion or idea of place and space. As this must needs sound like a paradox, I will endeavor to present the matter in a clear light, as it is of great importance. All changes of place in the spiritual world are affected by changes of state of the interiors, which means that change of place is nothing else than change of state. In this way I have been taken by the Lord into the heavens, and also to the earths in the universe, and it was my spirit that so journeyed while my body remained in the same place. Such are all movements of the angels, and in consequence they have no distances, and having no distances they have no spaces, but in place of spaces they have states and their changes. As changes of place are thus affected, it is evident that approaches are likenesses of state of the interiors and separations are unlikenesses, and for this reason those are near each other who are in like states, and those are at a distance who are in unlike states, and spaces in heaven are simply the external conditions corresponding to the internal states. For the same reason the heavens are distinct from each other, also the societies of each heaven and the individuals in each society, and this is why also that the hells are entirely separated from the heavens, because they are in a contrary state. For the same reason again, anyone in the spiritual world who intensely desires the presence of another comes into his presence, for he thereby sees him in thought, and puts himself in his state, and conversely one is separated from another so far as he is averse to him. And since all aversion comes from contrariety of affection and from disagreement of thought, whenever in that world several are together in one place, they are visible so long as they agree, but vanish as soon as they disagree. Again, when anyone goes from one place to another, whether it be in his own city or in courts or in gardens or to others outside of his own society, he arrives more quickly when he eagerly desires it and less quickly when he does not, the way itself being lengthened and shortened in accordance with the desire, although it remains the same. This I have often seen to my surprise. All this again makes clear how distances and consequently spaces are wholly in accord with states of the interiors of the angels, and this being so, no notion or idea of space can enter their thought, although there are spaces with them equally as in the world. This can be illustrated by the thoughts of man, in that space does not pertain to thought, for whatever is thought of intently is set before one as present. Again, whoever reflects about it knows that his sight recognizes space only by intermediate objects on the earth that are seen at the same time, or by recalling what he already knows about the distance. This happens because of the continuity, and in what is continuous, there is no appearance of distance except from things not continuous. This is even more true of the angels because their sight acts as one with their thought, and their thought acts as one with their affection, and things appear near or remote, and also varied, in accordance with the states of their interiors, as has been said above. It follows from this that in the word places and spaces, and all things that in any way relate to space, signify such things as relate to states, such as distances, near, far off, ways, journeys, sojourning, miles and furlongs, plains, fields, gardens, cities and streets, motions, measures of various kinds, long, broad, high and deep, and innumerable other things, for most things in man's thought from the world take on something from space and time. I will mention here only what is signified in the word by length, breadth, and height. In this world that is called long or broad, which is long or broad in relation to space, and the same is true of height. But in heaven, where there is no thought from space, length means a state of good, breadth a state of truth, and height the distinction between them in accordance with degrees. Such is the meaning of these three dimensions, because length in heaven is from east to west, and those that dwell there are in good of love, while breadth in heaven is from south to north, and those that dwell there are in truth from good, and height in heaven is in respect to degrees. This is why length, breadth, and height have these significations in the word, as in Ezekiel, where the new temple and the new earth, with the courts, chambers, gates, doors, windows, and surroundings, are described by measures giving the length, breadth, and height, by which a new church and the goods and truths that are in it are signified. Otherwise, to what purpose would be all those measures? In like manner, the New Jerusalem is described in the Apocalypse in these words, "The city lieth foursquare, and the length thereof is as great as the breadth, And he measured the city with the reed, 12,000 furlongs. The length, the breadth, and the height are equal. Because the New Jerusalem here signifies a new church, these measures signify the things of the church. 4 square signifying what is just, length good, breadth truth, and height good and truth, measured by degrees, 12,000 furlongs all good and truth in the complex. Otherwise, how could there be said to be a height of 12,000 furlongs, the same as the length and the breadth? That breadth in the word signifies truth is evident from David Jehovah. Thou hast not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. Thou hast made my feet to stand in a broad place. Out of straightness I called upon Yah. He answereth me in a broad place, besides other passages. So in all other cases, from all this it can be seen that although there are spaces in heaven as in the world, still nothing there is reckoned in accordance with spaces but in accordance with states. And in consequent spaces, there cannot be measured as in the world, but can be seen only from the state, and in accordance with the state of the interiors there. As all things in heaven are in accord with the interiors of the angels, which pertain to their affection and thought, and to the faith and love therefrom, and as the Lord is in the inmost of all things there because he is the first and the highest, so to the angels the Lord is present in his divine in everything they see. And as it is from the divine of the Lord that all things appear, so all things there are determined by the Lord. And this is the cause of the turning of all in heaven to the Lord, also of the wonderful things that belong to that turning, as has been told above. And that it is in accordance with the Lord's presence that all things appear near or far away. For it is from this that all things in the heavens are determined. Also it is through this that angels have wisdom, for it is through this that they have extension of thought, and through this a sharing of all things in the heavens. In a word, it is through this that they think spiritually and not naturally like men. Chapter 23. Conjugal love and union in heaven. What the form of heaven is can be seen in some measure from what has been shown in the preceding chapters, as that heaven is like itself, both in its greatest and in its least divisions, that consequently each society is a heaven in a lesser form, and each angel in the least form, that as the entire heaven reflects a single man, so each society of heaven reflects a man in a lesser form, and each angel in the least form, that the wisest are at the center, and the less wise are round about even to the borders, and the like is true of each society, and that those who are in the good of love dwell from the east to the west in heaven, and those who are in truths from good from the south to the north, and the same is true of each society. All this is in accord with the form of heaven. It may be concluded from this what this form is in general. It is important to know what the form of heaven is, because not only is all affiliation there in accordance with it, but also all mutual communication, and in consequence of this all extension of thoughts and affections, and thus all the intelligence and wisdom of angels. From this it follows that each one there is wise, just to the extent that he is in the form of heaven, and is thus a form of heaven. It makes no difference whether you say in the form of heaven or in the order of heaven, since the form of anything is from its order and in accordance with its order. Let us consider first what is meant by being in the form of heaven. Man was created both in the image of heaven and in the image of the world, his internal in the image of heaven, and his external in the image of the world, and in the image means the same thing as in accordance with the form. But as man by the evils of his will and consequent falsities of thought has destroyed in himself the image of heaven, that is, the form of heaven, and in place of it has brought in the image and form of hell, his internal is closed up from his very birth. And this is why man is born into pure ignorance, while animals of every kind are not. And that man may have the image of heaven or form of heaven restored to him, he must be taught the things that pertain to order, since form, as has been said, is in accord with order. The word contains all the laws of divine order, for its precepts are the laws of divine order. Therefore, to the extent that man knows these and lives in accordance with them, his internal is opened, and the order or image of heaven is there formed anew. This makes clear what is meant by being in the form of heaven, namely that it is to live in accordance with those things that are in the Word. So far as anyone is in the form of heaven, he is in heaven, and is in fact a heaven in the least form. Consequently, he is to the same extent in intelligence and wisdom, as has been said above. All the thought of his understanding, and all the affection of his will extend themselves on every side into heaven in accord with its form, and wonderfully communicate with the societies there, and these in turn with him. There are some who do not believe that thoughts and affections really extend themselves around about them, but believe that they are within them, because whatever they think they see within in themselves, and not as distant, but such are greatly mistaken. For as the sight of the eye has extension to remote objects, and is affected in accordance with the order of the things seen in that extension, so the interior sight, which is that of the understanding, has a like extension in the spiritual world, although not perceived by man for the reason given above. The only difference is that the sight of the eye is affected in a natural way because it is affected by the things in the natural world, while the sight of the understanding is affected in a spiritual way because by the things in the spiritual world, all of which have relation to good and truth, and man's ignorance of this is because of his not knowing that there is any light that enlightens the understanding, and yet without the light that enlightens the understanding man could not think at all. There is such a light that flows in from the Lord through heaven into man's intellect, and enlightens it. There was a certain spirit who believed that his thought was from himself, thus without any extension outside of himself and communication thereby with societies outside of him. That he might learn that this was not true, his communication with neighboring societies was cut off, and in consequence not only was he deprived of thought, but he fell down as if lifeless, although tossing his arms about like a newborn infant. After a while the communication was restored to him, and then, as it was gradually restored, he returned into the state of his thought. When other spirits had seen this, they confessed that all thought and affection, and in consequence everything of life, flow in accordance with communication, since everything of man's life consists in his ability to think and be moved by affection, or, what is the same, in his ability to understand and will. But let it be understood that intelligence and wisdom vary with everyone in accordance with this communication. Those whose intelligence and wisdom are formed out of genuine truths and goods have communication with societies in accordance with the form of heaven, while those whose intelligence and wisdom are not formed out of genuine truths and goods, and yet out of what is in accord therewith, have a broken and variously coherent communication, since it is not with societies that are in a series in which there is a form of heaven. On the other hand, those that are not in intelligence and wisdom because they are in falsities from evil have communication with societies in hell, and their extension is determined by the degree of their confirmation. Let it also be known that this communication with societies is not such a communication with them as is clearly perceptible to those there, but is a communication with what they really are, which is in them and flows from them. There is an affiliation of all in heaven in accordance with spiritual relationships, that is, relationships of good and truth in their order. It is so in the whole heaven, so in each society, and so in each house. Because of this, angels who are in like good and truth recognize each other as relatives by blood and marriage due on the earth, precisely as if they had been acquainted from infancy. The goods and truths in each angel, which constitute his wisdom and intelligence, are affiliated in like manner. They recognize each other in like manner, and as they recognize each other, they join themselves together, and in consequence, those in whom truths and goods are thus joined in accordance with a form of heaven see things following one another in series, and how they cohere widely round about. But those in whom goods and truths are not conjoined in accordance with the form of heaven do not see this. In each heaven there is such a form, and in accordance with it, the angels have communication and extension of thoughts and affections, and thus in accordance with it, they have intelligence and wisdom. But the communication of one heaven with another is different, that is, of the third or inmost with the second or middle, and of this with the first or outmost. But the communication between the heavens should not be called communication but influx. About this something shall now be said, that there are 3 heavens distinct from each other can be seen above in its own chapter. That between one heaven and another there is influx, but not communication can be seen from their relative position. The third or inmost heaven is above, the second or middle heaven is below, and the first or outmost heaven is still lower. There is a like arrangement in all the societies in each heaven. For example, some dwell on elevated places that appear like mountains, on the top of which those of the inmost heaven dwell. Below these are the societies of the second heaven. Below these again, the societies of the outmost heaven. The same is true everywhere, both in elevated places and in those not elevated. A society of a higher heaven has no communication with the society of a lower except by correspondences, and communication by correspondences is what is called influx. One heaven is joined with another, or a society of one heaven with the society of another, by the Lord alone, by direct and by mediate influx, directly from himself and mediately through the higher heavens in order into the lower. As the conjunction of the heavens by this inflowing is from the Lord alone, there is a most careful precaution against any angel of a higher heaven looking down into a society of a lower heaven and talking with anyone there, for the angel is thus immediately deprived of his intelligence and wisdom. The reason of this also shall be told. As there are 3 degrees of heaven, so each angel has 3 degrees of life. Those in the inmost heaven have the 3rd or inmost degree open, while the 2nd and 1st degrees are closed. Those in the middle heaven have the 2nd degree open, and the 1st and 3rd closed. Those in the lowest heaven have the 1st degree open, and the 2nd and 3rd closed. Consequently, as soon as an angel of the 3rd heaven looks down into a society of the 2nd heaven and talks with anyone there, his 3rd degree is at once closed, and as his wisdom resides in that degree, if that is closed, he is deprived of his wisdom, for he has none in the 2nd or 1st degree. This is what is meant by the words of the Lord in Matthew. He that is on the housetop, let him not go down to take what is in his house. And he that is in the field, let him not turn back to take his garment. And in Luke, in that day he that shall be on the housetop and his goods in the house, let him not go down to take them away. And he that is in the field, let him not turn back. Remember Lot's wife. No influx is possible from the lower heavens into the higher, because this is contrary to order, but there is influx from the higher heavens into the lower. Moreover, the wisdom of the angels of a higher heaven surpasses the wisdom of the angels of a lower heaven as a myriad to one. And this is another reason why the angels of a lower heaven cannot converse with those of a higher heaven, and in fact when they look towards them, they do not see them, the higher heaven appearing like a cloudy something over their heads. But the angels of a higher heaven can see those in a lower heaven, although if permitted to talk with them, they would lose their wisdom, as has been said above. The thoughts and affections, as well as the speech of the angels of the inmost heaven, are never perceived in the middle heaven, because they so transcend what is there. But when it pleases the Lord, there is seen in the lower heavens from that source something like a flame, and from the thoughts and affections in the middle heaven, there is seen in the outmost heaven something luminous, and sometimes a cloud glowing white and variegated. From that cloud its ascent, descent, and form, what is being said there is in some measure known. From all this it can be seen what the form of heaven is, namely that it is the most perfect of all in the inmost heaven. In the middle heaven it is also perfect, but in a lower degree, and in the outmost heaven in a degree still lower, also that the form of one heaven has its permanent existence from another by means of influx from the Lord. But what communication by influx is cannot be understood unless it is known what degrees of height are, and how they differ from degrees of length and breadth. What these different degrees are may be seen above. When it comes to the particulars of the form of heaven and how it proceeds and flows, this not even the angels can comprehend. Some conception of it can be gained from the form of all things in the human body, when this is scanned and investigated by an acute and wise man. For it has been shown above in their respective chapters that the entire heaven reflects a single man, and that all things in man correspond to the heavens. How incomprehensible and inexplicable that form is evident only in a general way from the nervous fibers by which each part and all parts of the body are woven together. What these fibers are, and how they proceed and flow in the brain, the eye cannot at all perceive, for innumerable fibers are there so interwoven that taken together they appear like a soft, continuous mass. And yet it is in accord with these that each thing, and all things of the will and understanding flow with the utmost distinctness into acts. How again they interweave themselves in the body is clear from the various plexuses, such as those of the heart, the mesentery, and others, and also from the knots called ganglions, into which many fibers enter from every region and there intermingle, and when variously joined together go forth to their functions, and this again and again, besides like things in every viscous, member, organ, and muscle. Whoever examines these fibers and their many wonders with the eye of wisdom will be utterly bewildered, and yet the things seen with the eye are few, and those not seen are still more wonderful because they belong to an inner realm of nature. It is clearly evident that this form corresponds to the form of heaven, for all the workings of the understanding and the will are within it, and are in accordance with it. For it is in accordance with this form that whatever a man wills passes spontaneously into act, and whatever he thinks spreads through the fibers from their beginnings even to their terminations, which is the source of sensations, and inasmuch as it is the form of thought and will, it is the form of intelligence and wisdom. Such is the form that corresponds to the form of heaven. And from this it can be known that such is the form in accordance with which every affection and thought of angels extends itself, and that so far as the angels are in that form, they are in intelligence and wisdom. That this form of heaven is from the divine human of the Lord can be seen above. All this has been said to make clear also that the heavenly form is such that even as to its generals it can never be completely known, thus that it is incomprehensible even to the angels, as has been said above. Chapter 24. The varied uses performed by angels. As heaven is divided into societies, and the larger societies consist of some hundreds of thousands of angels, and all within a society, although in like good, are not in like wisdom, it must needs follow that governments exist there, since order must be observed and all things of order must be guarded. But the governments in the heavens differ. They are of one sort in societies that constitute the Lord's celestial kingdom, and of another sort in the societies that constitute his spiritual kingdom. They differ also in accordance with the functions of the several societies. But all these forms of government agree in this, that they look to the public good as their end, and in that good to the good of the individual. And this is so because everyone in the whole heaven is under the auspices of the Lord, who loves all and from divine love ordains that there shall be a common good from which each individual shall receive his own good. Each one, moreover, receives good according as he loves the common good. For so far as he loves the common good, he loves all and everyone. And as that love is love of the Lord, he is to that extent loved by the Lord, and good comes to him. From all this it can be seen what the governors there are, namely, that they are such as are preeminent in love and wisdom, and therefore desire the good of all, and from wisdom know how to provide for the realization of that good. Such governors do not domineer or dictate, but they minister and serve. Nor do they make themselves greater than others, but less, for they put the good of society and of the neighbor in the first place, and put their own good last, and whatever is in the first place is greater, and what is last is less. Nevertheless, the rulers have honor and glory. They dwell in the midst of the society, in higher position than the rest, and also in magnificent palaces, and this glory and honor they accept not for the sake of themselves, but for the sake of obedience. For all there know that they have this honor and glory from the Lord, and on that account should be obeyed. This is what is meant by the Lord's words to his disciples: Whosoever would become great among you, let him be your minister, and whosoever would be first among you, let him be your servant, as the Son of Man came not to be ministered unto, but to minister. He that is greatest among you, let him be as the least, and he that is chief as he that doth minister. Government in the Lord's celestial kingdom is called righteousness, because all in that kingdom are in the good of love to the Lord from the Lord, and whatever is from that good is called righteous. Government there belongs to the Lord alone. He leads them and teaches them in the affairs of life. The truths that are called truths of judgment are written on their hearts. Everyone knows them, perceives them, and sees them, and in consequence matters of judgment there never come into question, but only matters of righteousness which belong to the life. About these matters the less wise consult the more wise, and these consult the Lord and receive answers. Their heaven, that is, their inmost joy, is to live rightly from the Lord. In the Lord's spiritual kingdom the government is called judgment, because those in that kingdom are in spiritual good, which is the good of charity towards the neighbor, and that good in its essence is truth, and truth pertains to judgment, as good pertains to righteousness. These, too, are led by the Lord, but mediately, and in consequence they have governors, few or many, according to the need of the society in which they are. They also have laws according to which they live together. The governors administer all things in accordance with the laws, which they understand because they are wise, and in doubtful matters they are enlightened by the Lord. As government from good, which is the kind of government that exists in the Lord's celestial kingdom, is called righteousness, and government from truth, which is the kind of government that exists in the Lord's spiritual kingdom, is called judgment. So the terms righteousness and judgment are used in the word when heaven and the church are treated of. Righteousness signifying celestial good and judgment spiritual good, which good, as has been said above, is in its essence truth, as in the following passages. Of peace there shall be no end upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom, to establish it and to uphold it in judgment and in righteousness, from henceforth and even to eternity. By David here the Lord is meant, and by his kingdom heaven, as is evident from the following passage, I will raise unto David a righteous branch, and he shall reign as king, and shall deal intelligently, and shall execute judgment and righteousness in the land. Jehovah is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He hath filled Zion with judgment and righteousness. Zion also means heaven and the church. I, Jehovah, doing judgment and righteousness on the earth. For in these things I delight. I will betroth thee unto me forever. I will betroth thee unto me in righteousness and judgment. O Jehovah, in the heavens thy righteousness is like the mountains of God, and thy judgments are like the great deep. They ask of me the judgments of righteousness. They long for an approach unto God. So in other places. In the Lord's spiritual kingdom there are various forms of government, differing in different societies, the variety being in accord with the functions performed by the societies. And the functions of these are in accord with the functions of all things in man, to which they correspond. That these are various is well known. The heart having one function, the lungs another, the liver another, the pancreas and spleen another, and each sensory organ another. As in the body, these organs perform various services, so there are various services pertaining to the societies in the greatest man, which is heaven, for the societies thereof correspond to these organs. That there is a correspondence of all things of heaven with all things of man may be seen in its own chapter above. Some societies are such as perform the function of the heart in the greatest man, others perform the function of the lungs, others of the liver, others of the spleen and pancreas, others of the eye, others of the ear, and so on. And as the functions differ, so the forms of government in those societies differ. But all these forms of government agree in this, that they look to the public good as their end, and in that good to the good of the individual. And this is so because everyone in the whole heaven is under the auspices of the Lord, who loves all and from divine love ordains that there shall be a common good from which each individual shall receive his own good. Each one, moreover, receives good according as he loves the common good. For so far as he loves the common good, he loves all and everyone. And as that love is love of the Lord, he is to that extent loved by the Lord, and good comes to him. Also in each house there is a like government in a lesser form. In every house there is a master, and there are servants. The master loves the servants, and the servants love the master. Consequently, they serve each other from love. The master teaches how they should live and tells what is to be done. The servants obey and perform their duties. To perform use is the delight of everyone's life. This shows that the Lord's kingdom is a kingdom of uses. Also in the hells there are governments, for without governments they could not be kept in restraint. But the governments there are opposite to the governments in the heavens. They are governments of the love of self. Everyone there wishes to dictate to others and to be over others. They hate those that do not favor them and make them objects of their vengeance and fury, for such is the nature of the love of self. Therefore the more malignant are set over them as governors, and these they obey from fear, but of this below, where the hells are treated of. Chapter 25. The delights and blessedness of heaven. Divine worship in the heavens is not unlike in externals divine worship on the earth, but in internals it is different. In the heavens, as on the earth, there are doctrines, preachings, and church edifices. In essentials, the doctrines there are everywhere the same, but in the higher heavens they contain more interior wisdom than in the lower. The preachings are in harmony with the doctrines, and as they have houses and palaces, so they have also church edifices in which there is preaching. Such things exist in heaven because the angels are being perfected continually in wisdom and love. For they possess as men do understanding and will, and both their understanding and their will are capable of being continually perfected. The understanding by means of truths of intelligence, and the will by means of the goods of love. But essential divine worship in the heavens does not consist in going to church and hearing preaching, but in a life of love, charity, and faith in accordance with doctrine, Preachings in churches serve solely as means of instruction in matters of life. I have talked with angels on this subject, and have told them that it is believed in the world that divine worship consists solely in attending church, listening to the preaching, observing the sacrament of the supper 3 or 4 times a year, and performing other acts of worship according to the requirements of the church, also devoting special times to prayers, and at such times behaving devoutly. The angels said that these are outward acts that ought to be done, but are of no avail unless there is an internal from which they proceed, which is a life in accordance with the precepts that doctrine teaches. That I might learn about their meeting in places of worship, I have been permitted at times to attend and to hear the preaching. The preacher stands in a pulpit at the east. Those who are in the light of wisdom more than others sit in front of him. Those who are in less light sit to the right and left of these. There is a circular arrangement of the seats, so that all are in the preacher's view, no one so sitting at either side as to be out of his view. At the entrance, which is at the east of the building and on the left of the pulpit, those stand who are being initiated. No one is permitted to stand behind the pulpit. When there is anyone there, the preacher becomes confused. It is the same if anyone in the congregation dissents, and for this reason the dissenter must needs turn away his face. The wisdom of the preachings is such as to be above all comparison with the preachings of this world, for those in the heavens are in interior light. The church edifices in the spiritual kingdom are apparently built of stone, and those in the celestial kingdom of wood, because stone corresponds to truth, and those who are in the spiritual kingdom are in truth, while wood corresponds to good, and those in the celestial kingdom are in good. In that kingdom the sacred edifices are not called churches, but houses of God. In that kingdom they are without magnificence, but in the spiritual kingdom they are more or less magnificent. I have also talked with one of the preachers about the holy state, in which those are who listen to the preaching in the churches. He said that everyone is pious, devout, and holy in harmony with his interiors, which pertain to love and faith. For holiness itself is in love and faith, because the divine of the Lord is in them. He also said that he did not know what outward holiness is apart from love and faith, and when he thought about it, he said that perhaps it is something counterfeiting holiness in outward appearance, either conventional or hypocritical, and that such holiness is kindled and sustained by spurious fire from the love of self and the world. All the preachers are from the Lord's spiritual kingdom. None are from the celestial kingdom. They are from the spiritual kingdom because the angels there are in truths from good, and all preaching must be from truths. There are no preachers from the celestial kingdom because those who are there are in the good of love, and they see and perceive truths from good, but do not talk about them. But although the angels in the celestial kingdom perceive and see truths, there are preachings there, since by means of preachings they are enlightened in the truth that they already know and are perfected by many truths that they did not know before. As soon as they hear truths, they acknowledge them, and by living in accordance with them, make them to be of their life, declaring that living in accordance with truths is loving the Lord. All preachers are appointed by the Lord, and have therefrom a gift for preaching. No others are permitted to preach in the churches. They are not called priests, but preachers. They are not called priests, because the celestial kingdom is the priesthood of heaven. For priesthood signifies the good of love to the Lord, and those in the celestial kingdom are in that good, while the spiritual kingdom is the kingship of heaven, for kingship signifies truth from good, and those in the spiritual kingdom are in that truth. The doctrines with which their preachings are in accord all look to life as their end, and none look to faith separate from the life. The doctrine of the inmost heaven is more full of wisdom than the doctrine of the middle heaven, and this more full of intelligence than the doctrine of the outmost heaven. For in each heaven the doctrines are adapted to the perceptions of the angels. The essential of all doctrines is acknowledging the divine human of the Lord. Chapter 26. The boundless expanse of heaven. That the angels possess power cannot be comprehended by those who know nothing about it, the spiritual world and its influx into the natural world. Such think that angels can have no power because they are spiritual and are even so pure and unsubstantial that no eye can see them. But those who look more interiorly into the causes of things take a different view. Such know that all the power that a man has is from his understanding and will, and his understanding and will are his spiritual man. This moves the body and its members at its pleasure, For whatever it thinks the mouth and tongue speak, and whatever it wills the body does, and it bestows its strength at pleasure. As man's will and understanding are ruled by the Lord through angels and spirits, so also are all things of his body, because these are from the will and understanding. And if you will believe it, without influx from heaven man cannot even move a step. That this is so has been shown me by much experience. Angels have been permitted to move my steps, my actions, and my tongue and speech as they pleased. And this by influx into my will and thought. And I have learned thereby that of myself I could do nothing. I was afterwards told by them that every man is so ruled, and that he can know this from the doctrine of the Church and from the Word. For he prays that God may send his angels to lead him, direct his steps, teach him, and inspire in him what to think and what to say, and other like things, although he says and believes otherwise when he is thinking by himself apart from doctrine. All this has been said to make known what power angels have with man. But so great is the power of angels in the spiritual world, that if I should make known all that I have witnessed in regard to it, it would exceed belief. Any obstruction there that ought to be removed, because it is contrary to divine order. The angels cast down or overthrow, merely by an effort of the will and a look. Thus I have seen mountains that were occupied by the evil cast down and overthrown, and sometimes shaken from end to end as in earthquakes. Rocks cleft asunder to their bottoms, and the evil who were upon them swallowed up. I have seen also hundreds of thousands of evil spirits dispersed by angels and cast down into hell. Numbers are of no avail against them, neither are devices, cunning, or combinations, for they see through them all and disperse them in a moment. Such power do angels have in the spiritual world. It is evident from the word that they have like power in the natural world, also when it is permitted, for instance, that they have given to destruction entire armies, and that they brought on a pestilence from which 70,000 men died. Of this angel it is said, "The angel stretched out his hand against Jerusalem to destroy it. But Jehovah repented him of the evil, and said to the angel that destroyed the people, 'It is enough, now stay thy hand.' And David saw the angel that smote the people." Besides other passages. Because the angels have such power, they are called powers, as in David. "Bless Jehovah, ye angels, mighty in power." But it must be understood that the angels have no power whatever from themselves, but that all their power is from the Lord, and that they are powers only so far as they acknowledge this. Whoever of them believes that he has power from himself instantly becomes so weak as not to be able to resist even a single evil spirit. And angels ascribe no merit whatever to themselves, and are averse to all praise and glory on account of anything they do, ascribing all the praise and glory to the Lord. It is the divine truth that goes forth from the Lord that has all power united to divine good. To the extent that angels are receptions of this truth, they are powers. Moreover, each one is his own truth and his own good, because each one is such as his understanding and will are. The understanding pertains to truth because everything of it is from truths, and the will pertains to good because everything of it is from goods. For whatever anyone understands he calls truth, and whatever he wills he calls good. From this it is that everyone is his own truth and his own good. Therefore, so far as an angel is truth from the divine, and good from the divine, he is a power, because to that extent the Lord is in him. And as no one's good and truth are wholly like, or the same as another's, since in heaven as in the world there is endless variety, so the power of one angel is not like the power of another. Those who constitute the arms in the greatest man or heaven have the greatest power, because such are more in truths than others, and into their truths good flows from the entire heaven. Moreover, the power of the whole man passes into the arms, and by means of these the whole body exercises its powers. It is for this reason that in the word arms and hand signify powers. Sometimes on this account a naked arm is seen in heaven so powerful as to be able to break in pieces everything in its way, even though it were a great rock on the earth. Once it was moved towards me, and I perceived that it was able to crush my bones to atoms. It has been shown above that the divine truth that goes forth from the Lord has all power, and that angels have power to the extent that they are receptions of divine truth from the Lord. But angels are so far receptions of divine truth as they are receptions of divine good. For truths have all their power from good, and none apart from good. So too good has all its power through truths, and none apart from truth. Power springs from the conjunction of these two. The same is true of faith and love, For it is the same whether you say truth or faith, since everything of faith is truth, and whether you say good or love, since everything of love is good. The great power that angels have by means of truths from good is shown also from this, that when an evil spirit is merely looked at by the angels, he falls into a swoon, and does not appear like a man, and this until the angel turns away his eyes. Such an effect is produced by the look of the eyes of angels, because the sight of angels is from the light of heaven, and the light of heaven is divine truth. Moreover, the eyes correspond to truths from good. As truths from good have all power, so falsities from evil have no power at all. And as all in hell are in falsities from evil, they have no power against truth and good. But what power they have among themselves, and what power evil spirits have before they are cast into hell, will be told hereafter. Chapter 27, the intermediate state, world of spirits. Angels talk with each other just as men do in the world, and on various subjects as on domestic matters, and on matters of the civil state and of moral and spiritual life. And there is no difference except that their talk is more intelligent than that of men, because it is from more interior thought. I have been permitted to associate with them frequently, and to talk with them as friend with friend, and sometimes as stranger with stranger. And as I was then in a state like theirs, I knew no otherwise than that I was talking with men on the earth. Angelic speech, like human speech, is distinguished into words. It is also audibly uttered and heard. For angels, like men, have mouth, tongue, and ears, and an atmosphere in which the sound of their speech is articulated, although it is a spiritual atmosphere adapted to angels who are spiritual. In their atmosphere, angels breathe and utter words by means of their breath, as men do in their atmosphere. In the entire heaven, all have the same language, and they all understand one another to whatever society, near or remote, they belong. Language there is not learned but is instinctive with everyone, for it flows from their very affection and thought, the tones of their speech corresponding to their affections, and the vocal articulations which are words corresponding to the ideas of thought from the affections. Who gives any thought to it can see that all thought is from affection, which pertains to love, and that the ideas of thought are the various forms into which the general affection is distributed. For no thought or idea is possible apart from affection. The soul and life of thought is from affection. This enables angels to know, merely from another's speech, what he is, from the tone what his affection is, and from the vocal articulations or words what his mind is. The wiser angels know what the ruling affection is from a single series of words, for that affection is what they chiefly attend to. It is known that each individual has a variety of affections, one affection when in joy, another when in grief, another when in sympathy and compassion, another when in sincerity and truth, another when in love and charity, another when in zeal or in anger, another when in simulation and deceit, another when in quest of honor and glory, and so on. But the ruling affection or love is in all of these, and for this reason the wiser angels, because they perceive that love, know from the speech the whole state of another. This it has been granted me to know from much experience. I have heard angels disclosing the character of another's life merely from hearing him speak. They also said that, from any ideas of another's thought, they could know all things of his life, because from those ideas they know his ruling love, in which are all things in their order. They know also that man's book of life is nothing else. Angelic language has nothing in common with human language, except certain words that are the sounds of a specific affection. Yet this is true, not of the words themselves, but of their sounds, on which subject something will be said in what follows. That angelic language has nothing in common with human languages is evident from the fact that angels are unable to utter a single word of human language. It was tried, but they could not do it because they can utter nothing except what is in entire agreement with their affections. Whatever is not in agreement is repugnant to their very life. For life belongs to affection, and their speech is from their life. I have been told that the first language of men on our earth coincided with angelic language, because they had it from heaven, and that the Hebrew language coincides with it in some respects, as the speech of angels corresponds to their affection. Their affection belongs to their love, and as the love of heaven is love to the Lord and love towards the neighbor, it is evident how choice and delightful their talk must be, affecting not the ears only, but also the interiors of the mind of those who listen to it. There was a certain hard-hearted spirit with whom an angel spoke. At length, he was so affected by what was said that he shed tears, saying that he had never wept before, but he could not refrain, for it was love speaking. The speech of angels is likewise full of wisdom, because it proceeds from their interior thoughts, and their interior thought is wisdom, as their interior affection is love, and in their speech their love and wisdom unite. For this reason, their speech is so full of wisdom that they can express in a single word what man cannot express in 1,000 words. Also, the ideas of their thought include things that are beyond man's comprehension, and still more his power of expression. This is why the things that have been heard and seen in heaven are said to be ineffable, and such as ear hath never heard nor eye seen. That this is true I have also been permitted to learn by experience. At times I have entered into the state in which angels are, and in that state have talked with them, and I then understood everything. But when I was brought back into my former state, and thus into the natural thought proper to man, and wished to recall what I had heard, I could not. For there were thousands of things unadapted to the ideas of natural thought, and therefore inexpressible except by variegations of heavenly light, and thus not at all by human words. Also, the ideas of thought of the angels from which their words spring are modifications of the light of heaven, and the affections from which the tones of the words spring are variations of the heat of heaven. The light of heaven being divine truth or wisdom, and the heat of heaven the divine good or love, and the angels have their affection from the divine love and their thought from the divine wisdom, because the speech of angels proceeds directly from their affection, and the ideas of their thought are the various forms into which their general affection is distributed. Angels can express in a moment what a man cannot express in half an hour. Also, they can set forth in a few words what has been expressed in writing on many pages, and this too has been proved to me by much experience. Thus the angels' ideas of thought and the words of their speech make one like affecting cause and effect, for what is in the ideas of thought as cause is presented in the words as effect, and this is why every word comprehends in itself so many things. Also, all the particulars of angelic thought, and thus of angelic speech, appear when presented to view like a thin wave or circumfluent atmosphere, in which are innumerable things in their order derived from angelic wisdom, and these enter another's thought and affect him. The ideas of thought of everyone, both angel and man, are presented to view in the light of heaven whenever the Lord pleases. The speech of angels of the Lord's celestial kingdom resembles the speech of the angels of his spiritual kingdom, but it is from more interior thought. Celestial angels are in good of love to the Lord, and therefore speak from wisdom, while spiritual angels are in the good of charity towards the neighbor, which in its essence is truth, and therefore speak from intelligence. For wisdom is from good, and intelligence is from truth. For this reason, the speech of celestial angels is like a gentle stream, soft, and as it were continuous, but the speech of spiritual angels is slightly vibratory and divided. The speech of celestial angels has much of the tones of the vowels U and O, while the speech of spiritual angels has much of the tones of E and I, for the vowels stand for tone, and in the tone there is affection, the tone of the speech of angels corresponding to their affection, as has been said above, while the vocal articulations, which are words, correspond to the ideas of thought which spring from affection. As the vowels are not essential to a language, but serve by means of tones to elevate the words to the various affections according to each one's state, in the Hebrew tongue the vowels are not expressed, and are also variously pronounced. From this a man's quality in respect to his affection and love is known to the angels. Also in the speech of celestial angels there are no hard consonants, and it rarely passes from one consonant to another without the interposition of a word beginning with a vowel. This is why in the word the and is so often interposed, as can be seen by those who read the word in the Hebrew, in which this particle is soft, beginning and ending with a vowel sound. Again, in the word in Hebrew, it can in some measure be seen from the words used whether they belong to the celestial class or the spiritual class, that is, whether they involve good or truth. Those involving good partake largely of the sounds of U and O, and also somewhat of A, while those involving truth partake of the sounds of E and I. Because it is especially in tones that affections express themselves, so in human speech, when great subjects are discussed, such as heaven and God, those words are preferred that contain the vowels U and O, and musical tones, whenever such themes are to be expressed, rise to the same fullness, but not when lesser themes are rendered. By such means musical art is able to express affections of various kinds, In angelic speech there is a kind of symphony, and all affiliation and all communication in heaven is in accordance with that form. That angels are affiliated in accordance with the form of heaven, and that their thoughts and affections flow in accordance with it may be seen above. Speech like that in the spiritual world is inherent in every man in his interior intellectual part, but man does not know this because this speech does not with man, as with angels, fall into words analogous to affection. Nevertheless, this is what causes man, when he enters the other life, to come into the same speech as spirits and angels, and thus to know how to speak without instruction. But more on this subject hereafter. In heaven, as has been said above, all have one speech, but it is varied in this respect, that the speech of the wise is more interior and more full of variations of affections and ideas of thought, while the speech of the less wise is more external and less full, and the speech of the simple is still more external, consisting of words from which the meaning is to be gathered in the same way as when men are talking to one another. There is also speech by the face, terminating in something sonorous, modified by ideas. Again, there is speech in which heavenly representatives are mingled with the ideas and go forth from ideas to sight. There is also speech by gestures that correspond to affections and represent things like those expressed by their words. There is speech by means of the generals of affections and the generals of thoughts. There is speech like thunder besides other kinds. The speech of evil and infernal spirits is likewise natural to them because it is from affections, but it is from evil affections and consequent filthy ideas, to which angels are utterly averse. Thus the modes of speaking in hell are opposite to those of heaven, and in consequence evil spirits cannot endure angelic speech, and angels cannot endure infernal speech. To the angels, infernal speech is like a bad odor striking the nostrils. The speech of hypocrites, who are such as are able to feign themselves angels of light, resembles in respect to words the speech of angels, but in respect to affections and consequent ideas of thought it is the direct opposite. Consequently, when the inner nature of their speech is perceived as wise angels perceive it, it is heard as the gnashing of teeth, and strikes with horror. Chapter 28. The post-mortem condition of man. Angels who talk with man do not talk in their own language, nor in any language unknown to man, but in the man's own language or in some other language with which he is acquainted. This is so because, when angels speak with man, they turn themselves to him and conjoin themselves with him, and this conjunction of angel with man causes the two to be in like thought. And as man's thought coheres to his memory, and this is the source of his speech, the two have the same language. Moreover, when an angel or a spirit comes to a man, and by turning to him is conjoined to him, he so enters into the entire memory of the man that he is scarcely conscious that he does not himself know whatever the man knows, including his languages. I have talked with angels about this and have said that perhaps they thought that they were addressing me in my mother tongue, since it is so perceived, and yet it was I, and not they, that spoke. But this is evident from the fact that angels cannot utter a single word of human language. Furthermore, human language is natural, and they are spiritual, and spiritual beings cannot give expression to anything in a natural way. To this they replied that they are aware that their conjunction with the man with whom they are speaking is with his spiritual thought, but because his spiritual thought flows into his natural thought, and his natural thought coheres to his memory, the language of the man and all his knowledge appear to them to be their own, and that this is so for this reason, that while it is the Lord's pleasure that there should be such a conjunction with and sort of insertion of man into heaven, yet the state of man is now such that there can no longer be such conjunction with angels, but only with spirits who are not in heaven. When I talked about this with spirits, also they were unwilling to believe that it is the man that speaks, insisting that they spoke in man, also that man's knowledge is their knowledge and not the man's knowledge, consequently that everything that man knows is from them. I tried to convince them by many proofs that this is not true, but in vain. Who are meant by spirits and who are meant by angels will be told further on when the world of spirits is treated of. There is another reason why angels and spirits can join themselves so closely with man as not to know, but that what is man's is their own, namely, that there is such conjunction between the spiritual world and the natural world in man that the two are seemingly one. But inasmuch as man has separated himself from heaven, the Lord has provided that there should be angels and spirits with each individual, and that man should be ruled by the Lord through these. This is the reason for such close conjunction. It would have been otherwise if man had not separated himself, For in that case he might have been ruled by the Lord through the general influx from heaven, without spirits and angels being adjoined to him. But this subject will be specially considered in what follows when the conjunction of heaven with man is treated of. The speech of an angel or spirit with man is heard by him as audibly as the speech of man with man, yet by himself only and not by others who stand near. And for the reason that the speech of an angel or spirit flows first into a man's thought, and by an inner way into his organ of hearing, and thus moves it from within, while the speech of man with man flows first into the air, and by an outward way into his organ of hearing, and moves it from without. Evidently then the speech of an angel or spirit with man is heard within him, but as the organs of hearing are thus equally moved, the speech is equally audible. That the speech of an angel or a spirit flows down from within even into the ear has been made clear to me by the fact that it flows also into the tongue, causing a slight vibration, but without any such motion as when the man himself by means of the tongue forms the sound of speech into words. But at the present day, to talk with spirits is rarely granted because it is dangerous. For then the spirits know what otherwise they do not know, that they are with man, and evil spirits are such that they hold man in deadly hatred, and desire nothing so much as to destroy him both soul and body. And this they do in the case of those who have so indulged themselves in fantasies as to have separated from themselves the enjoyments proper to the natural man. Some also who lead a solitary life sometimes hear spirits talking with them, and without danger, but that the spirits with them may not know that they are with man, they are at intervals removed by the Lord. For most spirits are not aware that there is any other world than theirs, and therefore are unaware that there are men anywhere else. And this is why man is not permitted to speak with them in return. If he did, they would know. Again, those who meditate much on religious subjects, and are so intent upon them as to see them as it were inwardly within themselves, begin to hear spirits speaking with them. For religious persuasions, whatever they are, when man dwells upon them by himself, and does not adapt them to the various things of use in the world, penetrate the interiors and rest there, and occupy the whole spirit of the man, and even enter into the spiritual world and act upon the spirits there. But such persons are visionaries and enthusiasts, and whatever spirit they hear they believe to be the Holy Spirit, when, in fact, such spirits are enthusiastic spirits. Such spirits see falsities as truths, and so seeing them they induce not themselves only, but also those they flow into to believe. Such spirits, however, have been gradually removed because they began to lure others into evil and to gain control over them. Enthusiastic spirits are distinguished from other spirits by their believing themselves to be the Holy Spirit and believing what they say to be divine. As man honors such spirits with divine worship, they do not attempt to harm him. I have sometimes talked with them, and the wicked things they infused into their worshippers were then disclosed. They dwell together towards the left in a desert place. Speech with the angels of heaven is granted only to those who are in truths from good, especially to those who are in the acknowledgement of the Lord and of the divine in his human, because this is the truth in which the heavens are. For as it has been shown above, the Lord is the God of heaven. It is the divine of the Lord that makes heaven. The divine of the Lord in heaven is love to him and charity towards the neighbor from him. The whole heaven in one complex reflects a single man, also every society of heaven, and every angel is in complete human form. And this from the divine human of the Lord, all of which makes evident that only those whose interiors are opened by divine truths, even to the Lord, are able to speak with the angels of heaven. Since it is into these truths with man that the Lord flows, and when the Lord flows in heaven also flows in. Divine truths open the interiors of man because man was so created as to be in respect to his internal man an image of heaven, and in respect to his external an image of the world. And the internal man is opened only by means of divine truth going forth from the Lord, because that is the light of heaven and the life of heaven. The influx of the Lord himself into man is into his forehead, and from that into the whole face, because the forehead of man corresponds to love, and the face corresponds to all his interiors. The influx of spiritual angels into man is into his head everywhere, from the forehead and temples to the whole part that contains the cerebrum, because that region of the head corresponds to intelligence. But the influx of celestial angels is into that part of the head that contains the cerebellum, and is called the occiput, from the ears all around, even to the neck, for that region corresponds to wisdom. All the speech of angels with man enters by these ways into his thought, and by this means I have perceived what angels they were that spoke with me. Those who talk with the angels of heaven also see the things that exist in heaven, because they are then seeing in the light of heaven, for their interiors are in that light. Also the angels through them see the things that are on the earth, because in them heaven is conjoined to the world, and the world is conjoined to heaven. For when the angels turn themselves to man, they so conjoin themselves to him as to be wholly unaware that what pertains to the man is not theirs, not only what pertains to his speech, but also to his sight and hearing. While man, on the other hand, is wholly unaware that the things that flow in through the angels are not his. Such was the conjunction that existed between angels of heaven and the most ancient people on this earth. And for this reason, their times were called the Golden Age, because this race acknowledged the divine under a human. That is, the Lord they talked with the angels of heaven as with their friends, and angels of heaven talked with them as with their friends, and in them heaven and the world made one. But after those times, man gradually separated himself from heaven by loving himself more than the Lord and the world more than heaven, and in consequence began to feel the delights of the love of self and the world as separate from the delights of heaven, and finally to such an extent as to be ignorant of any other delight. Then his interiors that had been open into heaven were closed up, while his exteriors were open to the world, and when this takes place, man is in light in regard to all things of the world, but in thick darkness in regard to all things of heaven. Since those times it is only rarely that anyone has talked with the angels of heaven, but some have talked with spirits who are not in heaven. This is so because man's interior and exterior faculties are such that they are turned either towards the Lord as their common center, or towards self, that is, backwards. But those that are turned towards self are turned also towards the world, and to elevate these is a difficult matter. Nevertheless, the Lord elevates them as much as is possible, by turning the love about, which is done by means of truths from the Word. I have been told how the Lord spoke with the prophets through whom the Word was given. He did not speak with them as he did with the ancients, by an influx into their interiors, but through spirits who were sent to them, whom he filled with his look, and thus inspired with the words which they dictated to the prophets, so that it was not influx, but dictation. And as the words came forth directly from the Lord, each one of them was filled with the divine, and contains within it an internal sense, which is such that the angels of heaven understand the words in a heavenly and spiritual sense, while men understand them in a natural sense. Thus has the Lord conjoined heaven and the world by means of the Word. How the Lord fills spirits with the divine by his look has also been made clear. A spirit that has been filled by the Lord with the divine does not know otherwise than that he is the Lord, and that it is the divine that is speaking, and this continues until he has finished speaking. After that he perceives and acknowledges that he is a spirit, and that he spoke from the Lord and not from himself. Because this was the state of the spirits who spoke with the prophets, they said that it was Jehovah that spoke. The spirits even called themselves Jehovah, as can be seen both from the prophetical and historical parts of the Word. That the nature of the conjunction of angels may be understood, I am permitted to mention some notable things by which it may be elucidated and verified. When angels and spirits turn themselves to man, they do not know otherwise than that the man's language is their own, and that they have no other language, and for the reason that they are there in the man's language, and not in their own which they have forgotten. But as soon as they turn themselves away from the man, they are in their own angelic and spiritual language, and know nothing about the man's language. I have had a like experience when in company with angels and in a state like theirs. I then talked with them in their language, and knew nothing of my own, having forgotten it. But as soon as I ceased to be present with them, I was in my own language. Another notable fact is that when angels and spirits turn themselves to a man, they are able to talk with him at any distance. They have talked with me at a considerable distance, as audibly as when they were near. But when they turn themselves away from man and talk with each other, man hears nothing at all of what they are saying, even if it be close to his ear. From this it was made clear that all conjunction in the spiritual world is determined by the way they turn. Another notable fact is that many spirits together can talk with a man, and the man with them, for they send one of their number to the man with whom they wish to speak, and the spirit sent turns himself to the man, and the rest of them turn to their spirit, and thus concentrate their thoughts, which the Spirit utters, and the Spirit then does not know otherwise than that he is speaking from himself, and they do not know otherwise than that they are speaking. Thus also is the conjunction of many with one affected by turning. But of these emissary spirits, who are also called subjects, and of communication by means of them, more will be said hereafter. An angel or spirit is not permitted to speak with a man from his own memory, but only from the man's memory. For angels and spirits have a memory as well as man. If a spirit were to speak from his own memory with a man, the man would not know otherwise than that the thoughts then in his mind were his own, although they were the spirit's thoughts. This would be like the recollection of something which the man had never heard or seen. That this is so has been given me to know from experience. This is the source of the belief held by some of the ancients that, after some thousands of years, they were to return into their former life and into everything they had done. And in fact, they had returned. This they concluded because at times there came to them a sort of recollection of things that they had never seen or heard. This came from an influx from the memory of spirits into their ideas of thought. There are also spirits called natural and corporeal spirits. When these come to a man, they do not conjoin themselves with his thought, like other spirits, but enter into his body and occupy all his senses and speak through his mouth, and act through his members, believing at the time that all things of the man are theirs. These are the spirits that obsess man. But such spirits have been cast into hell by the Lord, and thus wholly removed, and in consequence such obsessions are not possible at the present time.